welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition here of the PiGosaur Monday. PiGosaur Monday number 29. Of course, your site VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the ByuN chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome, one and all, to your weekly dose of open StarCraft, of NA StarCraft in a way. And we are jumping into our first series. If you're in the chat, exclamation mark B to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is stashed, the bracket is live, and we are jumping into the round of 32. As spawning in the top left-hand corner, Persephone, we have the red Protoss player. We have the red Protoss himself. It is Mudkip Master. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Terran player, the blue Terran. It is Vindicta. Let's go, Bobby, let's go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we get into our first series of the broadcast. Joshua. But good morning, one and all, as we are diving into our first series of the night. Again, we have our DVP, and there's a lot more to come, of course. If you look at the bracket, we got players like Cure, we got ByuN, we got SHIN, we have Chem as well. El Chamaco, papi, El Chamaco. Let's go. We'll get there. For now, we're going to be focusing on our initial matchup. Hope you'll enjoy yourselves last night. Last night, of course, we were live with the Wardy TV Monday. That was like 10 hours ago. And of course, we have the Monday Night Weekly in between as well. I actually haven't caught up on the results on that tournament, but I'll do my best to try to catch up. Of course, in Wardy TV Monday last night, we were missing some of our key players. We were missing Clem, we were missing MaxPack. Sorry, we were missing Clem, we were missing Hero. MaxPax was there, of course, last night, and we had a crazy finals that did not really conclude the way that we had thought. So I do recommend checking out the VODs. I do recommend the finals of the Wardy TV Monday, and again, we'll be catching up with the One Night Weekly throughout the podcast. For now, we're focusing on our morning NA broadcast. Let's go, baby, let's go. As we do have our regional, quote unquote, region-based weeklies, one after the other. Probe gets shut down. We did see Vindicta going for an economic opener. Single gas going for a Rax expand. Likewise, Mudkip Master back at home going for a standard opener as well. I see in the chat it's 2025 and we have a new map pool. What in the world? Oh, este Kalasi, papi ga. Good to see you, papi. Good to see you. It's been a while since I've noticed you in the chat. But hope you're doing well for yourself. And yes, I mean, we have been featuring some new maps for quite some time at this point. This is a new TLMC 20 map. So welcome one and all to Persephone, of course. So we have Persephone, we have likewise more maps on the horizon when it comes to the older TLMC maps. Actually, wait, did this go live? If so, I didn't notice. Is a new map pool live, Pop? Because this is Persephone LE, not Persephone TLMC. Oh, okay, that's interesting. I'll be checking after this. If so, that's crazy. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. But yeah, shout out to Wax Angel. He's the head admin of the TLMC, and he was, of course, putting together a provisional map pool, and he was gathering data as to which maps to include, and also gathering some data specifically on how to, not just on the map pool, but also on how many maps should be introduced. So I'm actually curious to see what the polling settled on, because I know he did do a public polling regarding whether we should have 9 fresh maps or if we should keep 3 maps from the old rotation. So I know that that's something that he was looking into and that he was trying to figure out, what would be the best approach when it comes to which maps to bring in. So I'll definitely be checking that later. Oh, good morning. As Reaper does get into the main, getting up to 2 probes, not bad. 2 are going to be up to 3 worker kills. Very nice damage. 3 probes do go down. Behind this, Vindicta getting to his own 1-1-1 follow-up into a Widowmine drop, followed by the 3-1-1. So the aggression, the momentum continues here for Vindicta as he does move out. Likewise, Mudkip Master back at him, going for his own Blink-based opener. Very safe build here. Blink, 3 gates as well, going for the Robo, all on 2 bases. But as Mudkip Master moves out, Vindicta, he's moving in. Oh, he is moving in here into that mineral line. And we'll see if Mudkip Master can react in time. Drop comes in. And he does pull away. Whew, thankfully, does pull away. Does react. Likewise, moving out across the map. Likewise is moving out, so Luna try to break that natural, but alas, tank is in position. Bunker as well. Vindicta, he is secure. At least in the main, sorry, at least in the natural. The main base is more exposed, but alas, at the same time, the drops continue. Do get one more probe here, and the natural mineral line, forcing a warp in, forcing just a big distraction here, keeping Mudkip Master's attention elsewhere. Getting another probe, picking up, pulling away once again. Miguelito, he's all over this. Mudkip Master waiting for his War Prism to reinforce, to potentially blink into the main. And again, the main base is still looking vulnerable. There's potential for damage. Is potential. As Mudkip Master does skirt around the edge, making his way towards the main. Stalker's a poking on the front door. But now it's too late. Now it's too late. Vindicta, he is here. He is ready. Oh, no, the prism! No, he gets under. He gets under the prism. Prism will not escape. Prism goes down. With that, Miguelito, he is safe. He's secure back at home, going for another mine drop. Oh my god. They almost do stack. He wants the... It's a little bit too greedy here, and he will be shut down. Finally, there's no more Widow Mines. Finally, we do defend. Behind this is still Order Tower damage. 4 probe kills in total. And soon, Migs will break out. Well, what is he waiting for? He's waiting for the upgrades. So Stim, Combat Shields upgrades are still on the way. Once they kick in, then Miguelito, then he can commit across the map. Until then, he's being kept at bay. More probes could be falling. Throughout the course of this, we have had 12 probe kills. I mean, there's been no major burst damage, but slowly over time, 1, 2, 3 probes at a time does add up. And to the point where it's become significant. There we go. Miguelito, he breaks out. Takes down the Adept. It does push across the map. And Mudkip Master, he's aware. He did sort the move out. You have tanks towards the left-hand side. Stalkers, they move out to try to force an early stim, to try to pick away at the Marines, and maybe even a tank. Stim is now done. Oh! You can see Migs, he does stim a portion of his army, not everything. Forcing back those Stalkers. Catches the Observer, nice scan. The Observer goes down, more Stalkers bleeding out. Tanks, they have arrived. And now we have a full stim. Yeah, proper stim on the army. And there's just too much here. Yeah, there's just far too much to handle. Vindicta, he breaks through that defensive line. Widow Mines to get into the mineral line. The Colossus does spawn in, but the tanks, they can siege up. They don't quite. We just go straight for the kill. Yeah, and the kill. Oh, God. Colossus gets started down. GG gets called, and Vindicta will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Vindicta, he will take a lead in the series. And we'll see if Mudkip Master can bring it back here coming into game 2. Again, overall, Migs, he was more or less in control of that last game. He was able to dictate the pace of the game with his Reaper harass, his Widowmine harass as well. Unfortunately, Mudkip Master, there were definitely moments or opportunities for him to get some counter damage. I'm referring to the time where the main base was exposed for Vindicta. But because of the Widowmine drops and because of the Raven harass, Mudkip Master's attention was defending back at home, right? He was focusing a lot on defending back at home, so he didn't miss that opportunity to potentially get some damage done in the main base or find some damage elsewhere across the map. With that, he missed that window, he was stuck outside, and GG. GG, well played. Vindicta does take a lead in the series, and now we are getting ready for game number 2. I won't sleep well until I know what a Mudkip is. Ah, no. Not like, I mean, I guess it's a frog, right? A Swampert is meant to be a frog? Question mark? Okay. Oh no, okay, there we go. It's meant to resemble Mudskipper or an Axolotl. Oh, that makes more sense. Yeah, Mudkip looks like an Axolotl. There you go. Ah. But Migs, little does Mudkip Master know, Migs, he was a Trico main. It's over. Oh no, not like this. My starter was Trico for Gen 3. True. Here we go. We're getting to our next game, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Killer's Mile, we have our American Protoss player, the American Protoss, the Red Protoss. Representing himself, representing clan RITSC, it is Mudkip Master. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Platinum Esports. It is Vindicta. It's Pokemon. Yes. Pokemon. No. So now we are settling in. Do have our initial openers here. And again, it's great to see more NA representation for the event. As we mentioned previously, we do have 3 open weeklies on the same day. There are plenty of open cups throughout the week, I should emphasize, with the Turtle Tussle, with the Sparkling Tuna Cup as well, might I add. But at least within this 24-hour period, you know, we have the Korean weekly with the Woody TV Monday. We have the Monday Night weekly, which is the EU one, and then we have the PiGosaur Monday, which is a little bit more NA friendly and NA focused. So we do have some more NA representation, some Latin American representation as well. That doesn't stop some of the Europeans and Koreans from also signing up. So there's a lot to get into when it comes to that bracket. There are a set amount of D-gens, I should say, from Europe, which do stay up all night long. Same with the Koreans as well, to be fair. It is not uncommon for players like Hero, Solar, ByuN, Clem, Max, Nickrat, Geralt to just pull all-nighters and play in all 3 tournaments. It's crazy, bro. It's dedication. It's passion. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. Much love. Hope they get plenty of rest afterwards, I will say. Este D-gens. But now we do have our NA versus NA matchup. And once again, economic opener. Once again, ranks expand out of Vindicta. When it comes to last game's build, Mudkip Master, he did go for a very safe opener. But again, because of the aggression, because of the drop play, because of the Raven harass, because of the early Reaper as well, it was a bit much here from Mudkip Master to keep up with, and it meant that his own aggression was delayed. Right? His own aggression was delayed. He couldn't be as active as he wanted to be. We'll see if he can tighten up. We'll see if he can keep up game 2 with Vindicta instead. We'll see. Likewise, we might see a different build. We might go up to 4 gates and commit into even more aggression. We might go for less gateways and go for a greedier build instead. Mudkip Master, he has options. Likewise, he can pull a Max Pack and he can go 3 gates into double gas, into a Robo, into a Bay, into a Forge +1, all before a 3rd. Again, that was a build that Max Pack was quite in love with last night and did so, I want to say, like 5 games in a row. It was crazy. Just how often he was going for a more safer style and safer build. But we'll keep an eye on our Protoss. We'll see. That's Reaper does pick in. Once again, going for the middle line. Once again, he gets 1, and he gets 1 probe so far. We'll see if he can get another. It looks like he can. Oh, second probe goes down. But this time the Reaper will be shut down not before scouting the main base and confirming the tech. So Migs, he's aware of Blink, does get 2 probe kills, and I believe Migs also saw all 3 gateways. Yes, he saw all 3 gates. Now, for all the Terran knows, there could be a 4th gateway on the way, right? After the death of the Reaper, there could be a 4th gateway into Robo, into War Prism, into Commitment here on 2 bases. So Vindicta, he has to be ready for that. He's going for, once again, the Mind Drop follow-up into tank production. This is so far the same build that we saw last game from Vindicta. So he's going for the same build. Likewise, so is Mudkip Master, as he does not throw down another gateway. Likewise, he doesn't take both gases at the natural either. It looks like he's getting ready here for another faster 3rd. Stalker's moving out. I say faster 3rd. Last game, Mudkip Master did invest into a Prism first before expanding and did commit to extra warp-ins. So he does poke in. Repairs are on point. First tank has arrived. Last Mudkip Master still lacking that high ground vision. And there it is, observers on the way. Ooh, is supply block. Now it's not the time. Supply block is brutal. Migs is here to help with that. Does drop in. Mudkip Master does pull away. Oh my god, jeez. Does pull away a little bit too late. 2 probes go down, thankfully only 2. Could have been so much worse. Or Helene does zip into the main. 5 kills in total. Mix does pull away. Getting him to 6. Likewise, once again, the army is stuck outside. The observer is late. The observer is still at home, which means no high ground vision. Mudkip Master should be looking to expand. Does take both gases here at the natural. And we'll see if he goes for the bait before expanding. And now he's moving out, but again, time is of the essence. And now we have tanks. Now we have 2 tanks even. One on the low ground, one on the high ground. 4th gateway's on the way. Interesting. Going for the 4th gateway. Oh, the unborrowed micro. Drops back in. Jesus. Mastery does pull away. Thankfully, does notice. Does notice what's going on. Ooh, does bring everything back home to defend. And I don't see a 3rd base yet. No 3rd expansion. Medevac, ooh, does go down. Not bad. Medevac does fall. Meanwhile, Raven harass into the main base. And again, back at home, once again, Migs, he is chilling. Perfectly safe and sound. We have charge now on the way. From here, we can go into a forge. We start up immortal production. All still on 2 bases, but we have warped in a hefty amount of stalkers. That's a lot of stalkers for Mudkip Master. Migs getting his own 3rd CC on location. The Proto should have their own 3rd. Is now throwing down 2 extra gateways. Still no expand. Getting to 6 gates. Oh, let's cancel. And Migs, he scans. He sees the army. He commits. He moves out. Yeah, he just ignores the army. Forces Mudkip Master to respond to him instead. Ooh, catching out 2 stalkers. Did I say 2? Getting 3. 3 stalkers going down, 1 zealot, 1 adept. Makes he does commit. And back at home, we're in trouble. Another supply block, not like this. Another supply block, delaying immortal production. No. And Migs, he does stim off the ramp. Missile goes up, takes down the charge lots. I mean, they don't even have charge at the moment. So production's under fire. And the rover's going to be depowered. Stalkers, they blink in. They try to, but they get surrounded. And with that, there's nothing left. Migs, he does snowball out of control. GG gets called. And Vindicta will take the series at 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Mudkip Master, he did have a different approach here in game number 2. It did seem a little bit more committed, but it also felt very reactionary, where it was, even though he went up to 4 gates, and even though he went into immortal production and charge, it all felt late, it all felt delayed, it all felt like it was more of a reaction as to him not really finding much damage, or the game extending and prolonging, and so we saw Mudkip Master spend resources elsewhere. It doesn't feel like that was the initial plan, to be that aggressive on 2 bases, and because of that it was a little bit lacking. But regardless, GG, well played. Again, Migs, he is one of the stronger Terran players in the Americas, so not an easy player to go up against. So big shout out to Mudkip Master as Vindicta does advance on to the round 16. GG. GG, well played. With that, we will be following Migs into that next series, and now we can catch up with the bracket. Let's go. Let us go. As the bracket is stacked, the bracket is live. From the top, we have Astrea. Astea's up against Acheron in the first round, when it goes up against Cure, as Cure is the #1 seed of the tournament. Scrolling down, we have Nicorect. We have Nicorect versus Eggs in a TVZ, a spicy Terran versus Zerg, might I say. So best of luck in the first round. Tavito takes down Fireclaw 2-0. Tavo up against Astrea in the round 16. Big results, I should say, big series taking place there in the round 16. Scrolling down, we have our series. Vindicta does take down Mudkip Master 2-0, now going up against El Chamaco in the next round. Of course, we're going to be centralized and focused on this portion of the bracket, following Migs into Cham, into the winner of Astrea and Tavo as well. Scrolling down, we have the lower half of the bracket. We have Greenert up against Bomioja when it goes up against ByuN. Meanwhile, Mute takes down Hunt Swarm 2-0 up against Epic in the next round. We have Solicitous versus Patches when it goes up against Shin, and we have Rebellion versus Stek when it goes up against Geralt. Let's go. Let us go. We are missing some of the bigger and regular competitors here. This time, no Solar, no Hero, no Clem, no Max Packs. They did not go full degen. They did not stay up and play in all tournaments. Some players did, though. Cure and ByuN. Kieran, ByuN, and Geralt and Nickrat, they did stay up and play in all 3 events. So insane performance here from those 4 players, staying up all night long and competing in all 3 tournaments. Best of luck, best of luck. And hopefully they can get some nice sleep after the tournament ends. But for now, we have our next matchup, and let us slip into those DMs. Here we go. So just catching up with the chat. Catching up. Quack, quack, happy quack. But yeah, it's great to see Astrea back. Astrea, this is his 2nd week back. He, of course, did make his return last week in the Pigsty qualifiers and also in the PiGosaur Monday as well. So it's great to see the return of Astrea. Great to see, Pappy. Great to see. As we're getting ready for that Terran versus Zerg matchup. We're still waiting and looking for champs, so hopefully we're able to get into that series. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. For now, though, we have some downtime. We have a little bit of downtime. We're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, when we return, we will have that next series. Oh, also, hold on. Yo, let's go, let's go. It looks like the voting came in, and we are keeping some of the older maps. Okay, okay. When I say some, I mean 2. Ultra Love and Ley Lines. We got Tokamak, we got Lost Fantasy, Maganatha, Persephone, Incorporeal, and Pylon. Oh my god. It's beautiful, Pappy. It's beautiful. Alright. For those who are curious what I'm talking about, we have a new map pool. The new map pool is live in the in-game clients. The new ladder map pool, I mean. Let's go. Let's go. Beautiful. But Vita's underway. We're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we'll have our next series. See you soon. See you soon, Pappy. See you soon. and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our second series of the broadcast. Welcome back to the round 16 of the PiGosaur Monday number 29. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Maganatha, we have the blue Terran player, the blue Terran himself from the land of the Americas. It is Vindicta. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Mexican Zerg player, the red Zerg representing Xeritus Esports. It is a Cham. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. Predictions. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat, as it is Gamba time. And we jump into one of the larger maps in the map pool. So Maganatha is an interesting map, is what I will say. If you're out there, if you like Dwayne The Rock Johnson, you're gonna love this. Because there are rocks everywhere. There are rocks everywhere. There are towers everywhere as well. This is Rock City. You can knock down tower after tower after tower. You can knock down towers on other already destroyed towers. It's so there's a lot of destructible terrain here. You can even knock down this tower to knock down this Zelnaga tower to eventually expand and take the gold base. This map is very large. What I will say, yes, it's a large map and there is a lot of destructible terrain. There's a lot of ways to slow the game down, but that is otherwise necessary because these bases are a lot more spread out. Think Frostline. It's similar to Frostline 1. Frostline, the bases are isolated from each other. It is easier to rotate and to catch your opponent out of position and to try to break down either the fringe 4th base, the 3rd base, the 5th base as well. They're all very spread out. And there are a lot of avenues and attack paths to get into and rotate between said bases. Because that map vision and map control and map awareness is paramount on Maganatha, we have seen many a player attempt and struggle to keep up with army rotations and struggle to be in position in time for said rotations as well. But I'm referring to, you know, the mid game, referring to the late game. We'll see if we can get there here, as for now we do have our Stendripner, Hatch Gas Pool at a Cham, likewise Vindicta going for his own setup as well. Here we go. So send openers all around. Oh, speaking of, if you see the animal that is responsible for this map as well also is in the chat. Este Hyper One. Este Hyper. Ay. Ah, no. The man responsible for Maganatha. Among us, papi. Among us. Do we blame Hyper One? Do we blame Magnath? Hard to say. But now there we do have our CC in the main, so 3rd CC before starport here from Vindicta. So going for an economic start. We're going to slow things down. Likewise, Cham just going for his own standard setup as well. It's great to see Cham once again. I should also emphasize that Cham, he was inactive for quite some time, but as of, I want to say, a couple of months ago at this point, coming into the new year, Cham, he has been reinvigorated. He has been competing once again on a more regular basis. It's great to see more and more of Cham as of late, coming into it and getting ready for EWC, I'm sure. Great to see some more of Cham. Coming into this in their peaks at their prime, I think I would lean towards Cham. I mean, I say that Cham's weakest matchup historically has been ZVT, but at the same time, he recently had a best of 9 against Special, against Juanito, and Cham did actually win that best of 9, did defeat Special. But it was close. Likewise, Vindicta, he does slip into the mineral line. Banshee's on the way, so going to be 3CC Cloak Banshee out of Miguelito. Oh, as Reaper does fall. Likewise, double Hellion into the mineral line, getting 4 drone kills. 4 workers, but the Hellions get thrown away. Not the best trades here. That was 2 Hellions, 1 Reaper for 4 workers. Almost a 1-to-1 trade. With that, Cham, he does defend, he does survive, going into his own lair first. And droning up. Droning, saturating. Makes now moving out. When it comes to rush distances by ground and comparing some of these larger maps, I'm still on the fence. I still have to look that up when it comes to Maganatha, when it comes to Tokamak, when it comes to Incorporeal as well, and Pylon. There are a number of larger maps to compare. As Migs, he does take his own third. Claims the third base. Migs so far doing a great job here at keeping up with the creep at least. Denying those tumors. Cham going for his own fourth location on the right hand side. You can also take the center base as well, true. Taking the center base can be risky in a later game scenario just because you can actually lay siege upon this with siege units like Tempest and Brew Lords relatively easily. But that's of course in a longer and later game. Meanwhile, looks like we're going into the Spire. Let's go. Cham going into Lingbei Muta. Going for a more old school composition. Very out of meta is what I will say. Here we go. Double Banshee into the main. Gets one, gets two, gets up to 3 drones. 3 workers going down. Queens, they rotate, they keep up. Ooh. Cham does zone away. Does zone away, and likewise, I'll leave a chamber for later upgrades from Cham. Vindicta, he has not scattered. Oh no, my apologies, he did. My bad. He did get into that natural. He did see the Spire. He knows what's going on. Turrets are already being thrown down. We have turrets in each of the mineral lines. Turrets protecting the production as well, and he's getting to his own bio setup. So we're gearing up for some classic ZVT of Lingbei Muta versus ByuN. I say that initially we do have tanks on the way. Tanks are a little bit less ideal here against Lingbei Muta just because of course they can't support the army anywhere near as well. Oh, but Migs, do you see what I see? I see no gases. No gases being taken. 3 racks is on the way. Now the tank production makes sense. It is going to be purely marine tank. And I believe, yes, we are 8 racksing. It's going to be a 3 base all-in, 8 racks here out of Vindicta. He's rallying everything across the map. And one way or another, he will end the game. Now, Mutas defensively are not ideal. Right now, Cham is vulnerable. Mutas, they're great at harassing. They're great at picking off reinforcements, at harassing mineral lines. But when it comes to these head-on fights, head-on engagements, that is where they struggle. Bailey's at Wall in and take down to Hellbat so far. Likewise, Marines, they do dive forward here towards the Queens. Yeah, the Queens are on their own. Bailing speed is not ready. Bailing speed is delayed because of the Mutas. Ooh, nice target firing. Bailings, they go down. And Migs, he's here to win. He's here to just snowball out of control. He's here to sim on forward. Mutas, they do pull away. Queens are exposed. More reinforcements have arrived. Remember, there's 0 Bailings. 0 Bailings to defend. And without Bailings, the Marines, they cannot be stopped. They start to step back. Mutas are focused down. There's what, 2 Mutas left? It's not enough. It's not enough. Migs, before we can get into a longer game, before we can get into a longer macro game, Cham gets caught with his pants down. The pants, they were down completely. GG gets called, and Vindicta, he will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played, Vindicta. Once he saw the Spire, he was so fast and so quick to commit into the 3 base all-in. Again, this is also one of the reasons why Muta play against Terran is very rare. It's very rare. If you watch StarCraft over the past couple of years, you'll know that Lingbei Muta is a rare sight. It is why I appreciate it whenever I see it, just because it is a rarity in the current meta. But as you can see, it can be quite difficult to get away with here. Once it got scouted, bam, 8 racks, right? And again, as we mentioned, Mutas, they're built for a longer macro game. They're not built to defend. They're not built for defense against an all-in. So GG. GG, well played. With that, Migs does take a lead in the series, and we'll see if Cham can recover coming into Game 2. As Game 2 is going to be on Tokamak. Here we go. Cham really wants to save that 4th. I mean, if the 4th dies with the first wave, he dies anyway. Like, that's... if the 4th base goes down that quickly, then the Zerg player loses economy, and more importantly, loses a lot of their production as well. So it's important to try to slow that down, but you could argue that it was a bit of a later engage from Cham. But remember, like, there was so much there that was killing Cham. It wasn't just that Cham went into Muta play and that struggled defensively, but if you remember, everything else for his Ling Bane was delayed. Remember, because he rushed into Mutas, that meant Baneling speed wasn't ready. Baneling speed was not ready for the fight. 1-1 upgrades also delayed as well. So everything else for the Ling Bane army was also delayed because of the big investment into Mutas. So it was just a really rough position there for Cham. Like it was just a really rough position for him. But here we go. We're now getting into our next game, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the American Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Platinum Esports. It is Vindicta. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player with the red Zerg from land of Mexico, representing Xeratus Esports. It is Cham. And as much as I appreciated the attempted Muta play last game, I can't imagine we'll see that again. We'll keep an eye on Cham. We'll keep an eye on him. And welcome one and all to Tokamak. Tokamak is another one of these larger macro maps in the new ladder map pool. It's an interesting one, to say the least. One of the more interesting features here is that we have a goal base that is accessible as a potential 4th or 5th expansion towards the center of the map, but we have towers that can knock them down. There are towers that are here that can destroy some of these mineral patches. I should emphasize they only destroyed the blue minerals. They get knocked down, they destroy the blue minerals. I believe the gold minerals actually do persist. So it doesn't destroy everything, but does destroy some of the resources here. Likewise, when it comes to the defensive setup, unlike on the previous map, here you are more secure on 4 bases. Now, one of the reasons why you're more secure on 4 bases is because, unlike the previous map, there is no path here in between the bases. So here we have our 3rd base, we have our 4th base. There are entrances towards the bases, but if you wanted to go in between them, you can't because of these rocks. Meanwhile, on the previous map, on maps like Frostline or maps like Maganatha, this path is open. This path is open, which makes it more accessible and more easy to rotate as a harassing player, as an aggressing player. So this is a more defensive map. Easier to defend on 4 bases, I should say. Of course, once you get into a longer game, you can open this up, but early on, that is going to be closed off. Reaper does pull away. You see Cham going for the linear 3rd base here on the low ground. And Vindicta back at home going 3 CC before starboard. So economic builds here by Vindicta. Once again, last game he also went for 3 CC Banshee. So far it looks like the same setup. We'll see if he goes for the Tech Lab into the add-on swap. We'll keep an eye on Vindicta. Likewise across the map, Cham just droning. Just saturating. We'll see if Cham goes for a 4:30 lair timing again. Last game he went for a lair at 4:30 into Muta play. And we'll see if he can get into that again. Likewise, rush distance by ground. There are definitely other like attack paths and attack angles, and there are definitely ways to try to catch an army out. We'll see. We shall see. Yep, there we go. There's the add-on swap into Banshees. So far the same build here, 2 games in a row from Vindicta. Cham is joining. Now Cham, he typically does often thrive with roach play. We didn't see that last game, but we may see that this time here. Also, I don't know if you noticed, but the static is very loud. It's this. The static on the Monster Energy logo on the generators. That's where that comes from. Now though, we're poking in. Ooh, no cloak. Okay, so we delay cloak going for a faster stim instead from the side of Vindicta. Meanwhile, yep, 4:30 lair timing at a Cham. Safety Baneliness this time. Okay, so Cham, he's playing safe. Basically, the way this works is that this time he gets an earlier Baneliness. The Baneliness is lined up with the lair to rush into Baneling speed much faster. So very safe play here by Cham. This does mean that his upgrades are going to be delayed, so his Eva chambers are going to be a little bit later. So later upgrades, but just a safer start. And he is taking a lot of gases though. He's going up to 5 gases. We'll see if he goes for the Spire again, as he's being very gas intensive here. So he may go into, oh, okay, there we go, double Evo Chamber, double upgrades. No Spire. Going into Ling Bane. Okay, let's go. He's getting to his own Ling Bane. At the same time, Vindicta, he has 3 more Raxes on the way. He's getting up to 5 Raxes back at home. So far, a standard setup. Cham securing himself, spreading creep, connecting his bases. Getting creep towards that halfway mark across the map. Ooh, 5 more Raxes on the way. We are going for the same build. Now, a couple of things here. So Vindicta, he's going for 3 base all in. For those who are curious, it's the same build that Vindicta went for last game. So 3 base all in with 8 Raxes, pure marine tank with the Hellion support as well, as the 5 Hellions were preserved. Difference this time though is that this time Cham will have upgrades, this time Cham will have Baneling speed, and this time Cham, he isn't spending any resources on mutas. He'll have pure Ling Bane, which is exactly what he needs here. So this time Cham will have a stronger defensive line, and there's going to be a higher chance for Cham to survive this all in. Not saying that he will, just saying that again everything is looking better this time for Cham when it comes to defense. We have the Hydra Den on the way as well behind this. So Cham, he's attacking up into Ling Bane Hydra. Now, my biggest concern is that Cham, he has 0 scouting information. He does not know what's coming his way. Because of that, he might blindly drone up and he might blindly tech up as well. Like, Cham is playing very much so in the dark. But thankfully, he does blindly make some Ling Bane. There we go. Mix is moving in. He will spot the army. Oh my god, very nice volley goes off. Catching out some of the Ling Bane. Yeah, likewise, queens are exposed. Ling Bane does roll in. Mix does pull away. Does pull away in time. Nice spread as well. Mix is pushing forward. He does try to push forward. The armory is late this time for Mix, just now starting. So this time no Hellbats, and also 2-2 is delayed. He's rolling in, but nice spread here from Vindicta. Yeah, so far, very nice spread. Does kite back. Is there enough Ling Bane? Kites back to the tanks. Ling Bane is going to be cleaned up, and Mix, he can't keep pushing. He might barely have enough. Down to 1 tank. 1 tank left. Takes down all the Ling Bane, takes down the Hydras. Now he's going for the kill, going for the bases. Does Mix have enough? It's so close. It looks like he does. Yeah, he denies the Banelings. Cham, 0 scouting out of Cham. He went into Hydras. Hydras didn't really help too much. They didn't really help here. It's all about that Ling Bane, and there are no Banelings left. 0 Banelings, a couple of Hydras, and Mix, he does it. He does it. He breaks on through. Breaks through the defensive main army. There's a couple of queens trickling in. And two games in a row. 2 games in a row. 8 racks, 3 base all in. It does break Cham. And again, Cham, he had 0 scouting. Cham, he saw nothing. He had 0 scouting information. Had no idea what was coming his way. Este chavaco. Likewise, again, more Hydras are trickling in. Boys are being pulled. And 1 tank barely goes down. Oh, Cham, he's holding on. Took down the tank. Takes down the tank. Lings are trickling in. Hydra upgrades are building up. Now, what's important about what just happened is that Vindicta, he didn't kill the 4th. Oh, sorry, he didn't kill the 5th, and he only got 8 drone kills while he was trying to push into the natural. Like Migs, he was going directly for the kill. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Cham. Cham, he's barely holding on. Banelings finally remorph. The Banelings are back. Cham just needs a little bit more time. Oh, setting up a surround. It does set up. Oh, locks down the army, forces the pickup. Tank falls. Cham, he's holding on. He's holding on. I say that, fighting off a creep though. Oh my god. Yeah, nice spread here from Miguelito. Cham fighting off a creep. The Ling Bane gets punished. Cham getting a little bit too excited. Mix going for a drop. And again, Mix, he trades well, but he needs more. Like, remember, Mix, like, he has no gases, he has no factory, he has no force CC. Like, he has 3 base all in. He needs to find more damage here. He has to keep going, and he is. And gets another Hydra. Oh my god. Takes down another Hydra. A lot of Banelings do finish morphing. Migs, he pulls away. Loses one of the Medivacs. Will lose a tank as well. At the same time, Migs catching some Overlords. Shammy does notice. Does react, does respond. I'll pick up there out of Migs. Does pick up Liberator into the natural mineral line, finding some damage. Distracting Cham. Oh no, the Hydras! Hydra exposed. 1, 2, 3, 4 Hydras going down. Nice target firing there out of Migs. Again, he's just pulling at Cham's attention apart. At least he's trying to. Cham, he is barely keeping up. The creep is receding. Oh, more Banelings trickle in. Ay, ay, ay. Nice target firing here out of Migs. Takes down the Banelings, moving in towards the right-hand side. He wants that mineral line. He is not getting in, though. Has to pick up. Does pull away. At the same time, Migs moving in. Catching reinforcements. Getting another Hydra. Again, it is impressive here that Cham has survived for as long as he has. But Cham is only treading water. He's treading water at this point. Trying to keep his head above water. Oh, this space is isolated. Cham trying to hold on. Again, very delicate control here by Migs. He takes down the base. Takes down the 5th. Cham coming in from behind, going for a massive dive. Ooh, you have better bailing connections. You have a bit of a chaotic response there from Migs. He did clump up his army. Did clump, but it's there's not enough Link Bane. There's still not enough Link Bane. Again, Migs, he panicked in that response and that defense. But Cham just does not have enough. He just lost too much in the process. Like Cham, he's now down to 4 bases. He's even when it comes to workers. Some Banelings to defend, but Vindicta, he has done enough. He will snowball out of control. GG gets called, and Vindicta, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Migs going for the same 3-base all-in 2 games in a row. This time Cham, he was in a better position just because he did not go into mutas, so he had a more robust ground army with Banelings and with his initial 1-1 upgrades. But Cham didn't scout, and he didn't know what was happening, and he was blindly taking up into Hydras. Taking up into Hydras too quickly can get you killed, just because again you need as much Link Bane as possible to survive against these all-ins. And again, it wasn't just that, but also Cham wasn't ready for the push. He wasn't in position. He wasn't expecting it. He was caught with his pants down. That pants, they were always down, papi. They were always down. With that GG. With that GG, well played. Still though, it was very close. It was very close. It was very clutch. To be honest, Cham, he almost did hold. Almost did hold. Almost did survive. Almost. But not quite. GG, well played. With that, Vindicta, he does claim the series, does advance on into the next round, and the question becomes, does he have an opponent? He does! The matches, they do continue here as we switch our scene over and catch up on the bracket. Let's go from the top. Let's go from the top. We have, oh my god, El Huevito, papi. El Huevito. Eggs takes down Nickrak 2-1. Big win there for Eggs. Eggs waiting for the winner of Cure and Akadon. Meanwhile, Astrea takes down Tavito 2-0. We have Astrea versus Vindicta in the next round. That is going to be our next series here. We got some NA on NA action. We got some SoCal versus SoCal action going on. I know that they're in the same state. They're like in the same city, I think. Astrea and Migs, they're neighbors, basically. They're basically neighbors. Crazy. Scrolling down, we do have some other updates. Greener takes on Bamioja 2-0 up against ByuN. Meanwhile, Mute versus Epic still ongoing. We have a SHIN up against Alistus, and Rebellion gets a walkover. Oh, hopefully everything's okay. Shout out to Geralt. Geralt, he is one of those players that did stay up and did pull an all-nighter to play in this. Playing in all 3 tournaments, so I know it's quite late and quite fatiguing as well. So hopefully Geralt can get some nice rest. So he can rest up. As Rebellion does claim that series. And we have our next matchup here. Can we have our Terran versus Protoss? Let's go. We go. Today plays Max Max? No, there is no Max Max today. Here we go. So just catching up. But otherwise, we're going to be going on a short break. Here. The videos are underway as we speak, and when we come back, we will have our next series, we'll have our next matchup, we will have Astrea and Vindicta. See you soon. See you soon after the break. Oh, see you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the quarterfinals. Welcome back to the quarterfinals here at the PiGosaur Monday number 29. We have been following our Terran player throughout the broadcast, and they have met a neighbor. Their match as well. Oh boy, this is going to be a spicy one here. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Killer's Mile, we have the American Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing the Platinum Esports. It is Vindicta. And spawning in the right hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, also from the land of the Americas. It is Astrea. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Coming into this, I would typically say that Astrea is favored, but bearing in mind that Astrea has been on a very long hiatus. Before last week, Astrea, he had not competed since January of this year, so he has been on break for many months. The reasoning for this, of course, he was waiting for EWC. He was waiting to see what would be announced and whether there would be any tournaments, any circuits, any big event in StarCraft. Now that EWC is confirmed, and now that we do have a circuit, including DreamHack Dallas, Astrea, he's back. Astrea, he is here, he is back, he is ready to compete. And my big question last week was, what is his form looking like? After being gone for months, how does he compare? And my answer was he like toured ByuN. Like he I was like, oh, okay, fair enough. So Astrea, he had a very strong showing last week. He was looking very strong and very dominant over ByuN in the late game, specifically in the mid to late game. In a longer, slower kind of game state, Astrea, he was able to tear ByuN apart. It was very impressive to see Astrea face off against him. Astrea did struggle a little bit more in the PvPs. The PvPs were a lot more chaotic, a lot more intense. We have seen Astrea drop maps already time and time again when it comes to Protoss versus Protoss, but right now he's up against another Terran player. I would say that this is where Astrea can thrive. So we'll see if Miguelito can keep up. I believe he can. We'll see if he will. So now we are getting to our openers. So far, so good. When it comes to our previous Terran versus Protoss, we did see Vindicta go for the same kind of build, the same kind of style, opening up with his mine drop, followed up by his own bio tank into a committed 2-base move out. Meanwhile, Twilight Council opener out of Astrea. Does open Twilight Council. Zones away the Reaper. Reaper is zoned away. So far, Astrea, he is holding on. He's keeping up. We have our 1-1-1 out of our Terran player. And again, this should lead into Medevac, into a Widowmine after this Hellion. I would imagine into drop play. I will see if Vindicta does deviate, if he goes for earlier tech labs, earlier add-ons. The answer is no. The answer is Widowmines. So mine drop is on the horizon. It's going to be up to Astrea to keep up with the harass and with the aggression of Vindicta. Oh, hello, Neat Pete. Hello. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Also, PSA, for those that do actually play this game and actually ladder, there's new map pool. Today, the map pool just went live a couple of hours ago. The new ladder map pool, I should say. So if you've been waiting, if you've been hibernating for the new map pool to go live, now is the time, papi. Now is the time. I'll be laddering after this stream. I'll be laddering. For sure. Be all over that. So now we do have our 3-rack setup. Again, tank push on the horizon. Here comes initial mine drop. And I believe we should be following this up with a Raven as well. So mine drop into Raven harass into bio tank. There we go. Raven is on the way. This is the same build we saw from Vindicta against Mudkip Master. Astrea behind this going 2 gates. So 2 gates blink into a faster third. So a much more greedy build here by Astrea. Much more greedy as the third base is already done. Astrea, as a result, he has the bare minimum to defend. And Vindicta, upon seeing the base, he backs off. Does back off. Does pull away. Astrea now moving out. Back at home, we have 1 tank here at the natural. Main base, still no tank. Uh-oh. Going for the add-on swap, but no tank at all. Just the 1. We'll see if it's going to be enough. Very greedy here from Vindicta. Just going for a single tank to defend. I mean, because of the fast third, he's getting away with it. Again, Astrea, he has no warp prism, he has no way to reinforce across the map. Astrea is being greedy, he's taking up in towards the bay, into Colossus, into safety mortar production. Astrea, he's only poking with these stalkers, he will not be able to threaten a dive. And Vendetta, he knows this. That's why he did switch out of tanks, so Vendetta, he is perfectly safe and sound. Good scouting, good reaction. I was a little bit concerned that Astrea might commit a little bit harder, but there's no prism, right? There's no prism. There's no way to reinforce. He's only poking in. Only threatening his opponents. Meanwhile, Migs, he does fake out a medevac drop into the natural. Meanwhile, waddling into the mineral line. But no, there's the Immortal. Immortal's in position. Boys being pulled, and the Widowmine does go down. Nice event so far. Meanwhile, auto turret into the main. Colossus production already well underway for Astrea. Nice target firing. Does get one, does get two, but 4 in total. Five in total. 5 workers go down. Not bad. Not bad damage here from the Raven, from the auto turrets. And we'll see how hard Vendetta does commit, because you see what I see? I see 2 more Raxes here from Vendetta. Getting up to 5 Raxes, no third CC yet, so we should be seeing one soon. Potentially as he moves out. At the same time, double drop on the right hand side. Going for a split push. So we go over there to he is moving out. Does move out. Oh! Wouldn't mind getting caught. As, yeah, Migs is not quite set up for this. The Widowmines are going down. The tank falls as well. And Astrea, he will completely swallow up this army. Ay, ay, ay. At the same time, double drop into the main, forcing a defensive warp in. There's the recall. And Astrea shuts down the main army. He also keeps up with the drop. Migs trying to get away. He barely will. Does pull out. Pushing through the center. But again, Migs, he lost so much here already. He lost his tank. He lost 5 Widowmines. The Raven went down. Migs still has an army to work with, but is in trouble here. Steaming on in, he wants a Colossus. They can hold their own though. Yeah, they can hold their own. They kite back. Mind shots targeting the Colossus. And 1 Colossus will go down. He gets 1. Can he get 2? Up. He wants him. He stims in. Up. What a mass. He gets him. Takes down both. Not bad. Takes down 2 Colossus. Vendetta, he's committed. He's all in. At this point, he's all in. He has to end the game here and now. Getting into the mineral line. Probe's going to be falling. They do try to be pulled away. Stalkers are coming from behind, but Vendetta, he might just have too much. Can he deny the warp in? He can! Denies the warp in! No shot. And despite having the Colossus, despite having a greedier and more economic start, Astrea is being broken. He's being broken here and now. Migs, he ignores the army. He's going straight ignores the base. He goes straight up the ramp into the main. Can he get on top of the Robo? If he can deny that Colossus, he can end the game. He's going for it. Yeah, he will. The Colossus is denied. And Migs, he will kick things off with a win. The boys are being pulled. Astrea getting desperate. Prism goes down. Vikings are going to be landing. Let's go. There's, what, 5 Stalkers left? Here comes another warp in. Once again, Vendetta just targeting as many Stalkers as he can. Nice show point. The probes, they do not get a surround. And GG gets called. Vindicta, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played, Vendetta. He does pull the trigger as soon as he saw the Colossus out in the open. I was concerned that he wasn't going to be able to catch them. I was concerned that he wasn't going to be able to close the distance, but he took down both Colossus. And that was game. That was game then and there with both Colossus going down. A very crucial moment for Vendetta. Again, he was 2 base all in. He had no third base behind it. No third base, and with that, GG. GG, well played. Vendetta, he does take a lead in the series. And now we're jumping to game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. Crazy how much a little Bible can do with some medevac backup. I mean, a lot of it came down to the lack of support. I should emphasize once again, we spoke about the moment that he was able to get on top of the Colossus. Well, he got on top of the Colossus because there was no ground support for said Colossus, right? There was no, or there was limited charge lots and limited Stalkers to help buffer, to help protect said Colossus. They were not quite there. He was caught with his pants down, papi. The pants were down. Whew. And with that, Vendetta does take a lead in the series. Does take a lead. And we'll see if he can close this out as we load into another one of our more interesting maps here. We're going to be loading into the grid. Oh boy. Here we go. There were never pants to begin with. True, true. Oh no. He's an animal, Bob. He's an animal. Ah. Did he have 5 Raxes or 3 when the push was coming? 5. It was 2 base, 5 Raxes, no third CC. 5 Rax setup. Saludos, saludos. Hello, Zikro. Hello, hello. Gonna check which maps made it into the pool. There's a good variety. Only 2 older maps were left in. It was Ley Lines and Ultra Love, which are some of the more standard maps in the previous map pool. I know that Wax Angel, he was definitely contemplating a lot as to which maps to leave in. I know that Whispers of Gold and El Dorado were definitely some of the maps he was considering. I know he was also considering Amygdala. But again, shout out to Wax Angel. For those who don't know, I mean, he's vocal about this. I'm pretty sure Wax Angel, he reached out to all of the tournament organizers and casters, whether it's myself, whether it's Wari, Pig, El Chanchito, Steadfast. Pretty sure Wax Angel, he reached out and he got all of our opinions on the maps, on the upcoming maps and on the previous maps as well. Likewise, he also did like a public polling on Reddit to try to get a read on which maps or on how many maps should be left in and not. So Vax, he put in a lot of work, to try to make sure that he was able to get the best maps possible and the most acceptable maps, I should say, possible into said map pool. So a big shout out to Wax Angel. Put in a lot of work, taking it upon himself. And with that, we're now getting into game number 2 and spawning in the right-hand corner of the grid. We have the American Terran player. We have the American Terran, the blue Terran representing Platinum Esports. It is Vindicta. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Protoss player, the American Protoss player down in the series, by the way. A bit of an upset here. He was favored to win it all. And we'll see if he still can. It is Astrea. Let's go. As Astrea being as annoying as possible, delaying the CC by a couple of seconds, by like 2 seconds. And welcome one all to the grid. Now, the grid, I believe, is not one of the maps making it to the new ladder map pool, but is still a popular TLMC map, I will say that. The grid is unique in certain ways. If you're familiar with maps like Habitation Station, or even maps like, was it Simulacrum? I might be thinking of another map. What's another one? What's another good example? Stargazers. Yeah, like Stargazers, more modern example. The rush distance by air is very short, so a shorter rush distance by air from base to base, and there's also not many bases between the 2 opponents either. You can expand and take your 3rd base, and there is a center gold as well, but all the expansions are towards the south side, and there are multiple layers here. I think there's like 5 layers of elevation. We have the main, then you go down to the natural, then you take 1 step further down to the 3rd, and then you take another step down here towards the 4th and 5th, and you take another step down towards the 6th base. Like, again, this all of these are like big steps. Like, there's 6 layers of elevation on this map, all stepping down towards the southern maps. And every time that we've casted on this map, I don't think anyone has ever gotten past 4 bases, I'll be honest. I don't think we've ever seen these southern bases taken, to be honest. But yeah, it's definitely an interesting kind of setup that we have here. It's very vertical, if you will, less horizontal. As Astrea does move out. Oh, getting caught. Getting almost around. A nice body blocking with that Hellion. Adept does fall. Stalker does barely get away. Does pull out. I will say that typically the 3-base setup is very defendable. We have a ramp coming into the natural. We have a choke point here at the 3rd as well. Also more points of elevation to take advantage of. Because of that, a lot of the aggression typically does occur at the 4th in the mid game. That's usually where a lot of fights do occur, as it is more open and more exposed, especially this area in between the natural and the 4th base. This area is more accessible, I should say, for an aggressing player. But that's in this normal standard game, I should emphasize. The last game, Vendetta, he basically went for a 2-base all-in, so we'll see if he does that again. The rush distance by ground is relatively short. It's what, like 2 screens away? So it's relatively short here on the grid. Spotter pylon being thrown down, Widowmine drop ready for the main. Once again, Astrea going for an earlier expansion. 3-gate setup this time, 3-gate blink into a 3rd. So Astrea being a little bit safer, going for a 3rd gateway. Last time it was 2-gate blink into a 3rd, as a reminder. So Astrea being just a little bit safer here. But because of that 3rd base, no War Prism. There's no War Prism, and Vendetta, he can switch out of tank production sooner. He's getting a 2nd tank. Interesting. And oh, he's pushing. Okay, that makes sense. He's making a 2nd tank. He's moving out. He does bypass the main army. Stalkers are on the right-hand side. Meanwhile, Vendetta, he's just sneaking up on the 3rd. Yeah, Astrea out of position. Bunkers on the way. Astrea, he's racing back home. Tank does siege. Stalker's under fire. Astrea gonna be coming in from behind. The tank is exposed. He's going for it. He's going for the tank. And the tank will fall. Yeah, massive pickoff. Without the tank, there's nothing here. Yeah, there's nothing here. It was a risky move here from Vendetta. He does get into the middle line, does get a couple of workers, but he will lose everything. And he wasn't expecting Astrea to come in from behind. And with that, he will lose his tanks, he will lose his bio army. He does get some probes, that is true, but that's not worth 2 tanks. And now makes he's vulnerable back at home. Getting into a 5-rack setup. If he were to go for a 2-base all-in, now his all-in is going to be weaker as he's down to 1 tank. But we'll see. We'll see. As for now, he has to wait. He has to bide his time. Astrea, he won't move out without his upgrades, so he has Stim on the way, combat shields +1 as well. He's still building up his upgrades, building up his own army. Oh, he's going in. Yeah, he's going for the dive. He's going to deny Stim. Stim is denied, and there's no tanks to defend. Not in the main. Yeah, you can see how he's punished for that earlier push. Otherwise, there would be a tank covering the mineral line, or covering the production, I should say. Yeah, 7 SCVs do go down. Just some harass here across the map. But this is a very rough game state here for Vindicta. Getting 5 more probes. Getting rid of the King's Cove and Abyssal Hellscape is also strong work. For sure, for sure. We wiped the map pool clean. Got rid of all the clownery. All of it. As Migs is in a rough position here. He's in a rough position. He gets no add-ons here on the extra ranks. This looks like a 2-base all-in. 2-base all-in out of Vindicta. He's going to try to sneak out with his double drop. There is a spotter pylon in position. Raven into the main. Does attempt to distract. Migs still going to move out. Observer will spot this. Observer does spot the move out. Migs likewise moving in with the double drop. He gets spotted by the Stalker. Migs trying to be cheeky. But Astrea's all over this, getting a 4th expansion. And again, the longer this goes on, the better it is for Astrea. Now Astrea, he has no Colossus this time, opening up Storm. So Storm is on the way. Okay, Widowmine drop here into the mineral line. Migs going for the 4th. Likewise pulling back. There's a recall. Storm is not yet done. And the base is forfeits. Not bad. Takes down the expansion, takes down the 4th. At the same time, Mind Drop, Auto-Target Harass here. And Mind Drop is on 17! 17 workers going down. Late reaction out of Astrea. But he will solo up this army. But not before losing a mineral line and the expansion. So Migs getting damage done. He saves the Widow Mines, pulls away with some of his army. Migs, he does have a force to be reckoned with, but the biggest problem here that we haven't actually seen come into play yet, as Mindro comes back in, is the splash damage. 4 High Templar. That's a lot of storms here for Astrea. Likewise, Colossus also has arrived. There's just so much splash damage with his army. And Migs, he's 2 base all in. Like, he has no third. So he has to commit here and now. It's not going to be easy. He does have some ghosts on the way, but they're still in production. Without ghosts, without EMPs, he has no good answer to this. Dropping into the main. Oh. Does run into the main army. Storm's coming in. Ooh, yeah, Storms, they do blanket Migs. Does barely not get the High Templar. Drops into the main. Pulls away. He's long distance mining. Doing what he can. Missile goes off. That'll buy some time. Astrea to take some Widow Mine shots to the face. Oh, EMP's getting ready. Oh, gets one. Gets one EMP. But there's still storms left over. He does need another EMP here. Oh, brutal force fields. First Colossus goes down. Storm on the Bio Army comes in for a flank. Can he get on top of the Colossus? He's so close. He sims in. No more storms left. Oh, can he get it? Oh my god, barely not. Yeah, barely Colossus does survive. Oh no! He goes in. Yeah, he goes in. One step too far, and Vindicta, has he just done it? There's one final storm. Migs, he's running out of steam. He's running out of army. Ghost gets caught out. EMP's at the last second. Getting on top of the Archon. How do you see Astrea catching reinforcements? And he's buying time. He's buying time. He's dragging Vindicta away. Warping in wave after wave of Stalkers. That's a lot of Stalkers. Boys are being pulled. Migs, he's so close to breaking Astrea. So close. Mind Shot says spent on probes. Still rallying in. Still rallying forward. Catching out more Stalkers. He is so close here, but another Colossus is on the way. And they're just, yeah, we're just warping in so many Stalkers at once. 8 gateways. Warping in 8 Stalkers at a time. And Astrea, he's held. He has held. We do have another Colossus on the way. And there's just no good answer to that. Not like this. You can see Migs, he actually floated his main. Floated his main base over. Saturating whatever he can. Trying to maintain this 2 base all in. He's heavily oversaturated. Now there's storms. Now there's storms once again. Oof. Yeah, brutal storm. Migs, he came close. He came close to breaking his opponent. So close. Barely not enough. Boys are being pulled. There's another storm. It's going to be another 2 storms in the chamber. Astrea's moving in. Oof. Yeah, Astrea, he does push forward, no final fight. The writing is on the wall, and Astrea, he will tab the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Whew, GG. And again, Vindicta, very impressive how he was able to bring it back. It was a disastrous start. As a reminder, Vindicta, he went for an early double tank push without stim, without combat shields, trying to sneak up on the 3rd base, which he did do. But because Astrea was out of position, he raced back home and he came in behind the tanks and he was able to snipe the tanks. From that moment, Vindicta, he was behind. He lost control of the map. Because he lost the tanks, it also meant that his main base was exposed. Remember, stim was denied as well, as Astrea was able to abuse the main base, picking off 7-8 SCVs. It was brutal damage dealt, but Vindicta, he brought himself back into it with his drop play. If you remember, he sniped the 4th and he got 17 probes with the combination of Widow Mine drop, auto Tartaras, and his own main army as well. He was able to pull Astrea apart and he was able to make it close. He was able to recover and fight back. In the end, Astrea did survive, as again, Migs was all in, so the longer that it went on, the more warpins there were for Astrea. But despite the rough start for Vindicta, did bring it back and did make a game out of it. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going to the ace match, and we'll see how this story ends as we are getting into game number 3. Let's go. Getting into game 3. The lobby has been made, and game 3 is going to be on Tokamak. Astrea is dead. Astrea, he just has to buy time for extra warpings. Remember, he had 8 gateways. 8 gateways, warping in 8 stalkers at a time. It barely was enough. It was intense, Pap. It was intense. But here we go. We're getting into the ace match. It all ends on our final map on Tokamak. Let's go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tokamak, we have our American... We have our American Terran player here. We have our blue Terran representing Platinum Esports. It is Vindicta. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player, the red Protoss. Bringing it back and forcing the ace match. Can he keep this up? Can he keep this going? It is Astrea. Here we go. We have our game 3, we have our ace match. Again, this is one of the larger maps in the map pool. We already saw Vindicta go for a 3-base all-in previously against Cham, going for the 8 racks. We'll see what he has in store for us this time. So far, every game in the series, Vindicta, he has gone for a variation of 2-base all-in. He did spice things up last game by going for the early tank push, but it did not pay off. Like, it was not worth it at all. I would imagine that Astrea, upon encountering Vindicta with these builds, we should be seeing some safer play out of Astrea. I would imagine. This is a ladder map. It is a ladder map. It is. So to settle in. So far, nothing crazy. So far, standard openers. We do have a single gas opener out of Vindicta. So once again, going for a faster CC on the low ground. Is delayed by a couple of seconds. Is slightly delayed. Nice harassment there from Astrea. And from here, we'll see if Astrea goes for another faster Nexus. If he stays on 2 bases a little bit longer instead. Likewise, we'll see how aggressive Migs is going to be this time. He can go for another early tank. Oh, that I was not expecting, going for a Stargate opener. Okay, bold move. Very bold move. Does open up Stargate. Stargate is typically reserved for some of these larger maps, and Tokamak is larger, is more defensive. We spoke earlier about how it is a little bit easier to secure yourself on 4 bases on this map. It's easier to secure yourself. The 5th base is a lot more exposed, don't get me wrong. But your 4-base setup is solid. And we'll see if Astrea can get away with this. Winding it back here when it comes to the opener itself, Stargate openers are very risky just because you're investing here into units built to harass more than anything, and they can struggle defensively here, especially if Migs were to go for an earlier move out, an earlier push. But he has to scout first, and so far he is denied. And Migs is looking for a way in. So far, Astrea is keeping up. He's keeping up. Oh! Yeah, Migs once again going for another dive. He does scout, does confirm the Oracle. He is aware, and now he knows. He will get one pro for his troubles. There's the energy overcharge. Behind this, the Viking production has begun instantly. You can see, oh, Vendetta having a little bit of indecision there. But does commit to the Viking. Winter Mine is set. Marines are amassing. Cyclone. Oh, no Cyclone going for the early tank instead. Okay. As Blink is on the way behind this. No Phoenixes. Okay, Oracle into Blink. Oracle does arrive. So this is a good call by Vindicta. If he had gone into Cyclones instead, if he were to delay his tank production and to react a little bit too hard to this, then he would be vulnerable to Blink Stalkers. Like, Blink Stalkers would catch him off guard. So this is a cheeky build here by Astrea. And again, it's only a single Oracle, not two. No Phoenixes. Just single Oracle into delayed Blink Stalkers. Hoping to force an overreaction out of Vindicta. So far, Migs, he's playing it safe. As he moves out with the Marine. He does thread the needle, doesn't trigger any of the stasis traps. Which is less than ideal. Oh! Oh no! Barely does miss it. Revelation goes off. Makes he does fan out. Once again getting caught. He's still gonna get Tells me that again. Just trying to get a read on what's going on, or whether or not there's gonna be more oracles. Behind this third base is now being taken. We're taking up into Storm. So Blink Stalker into Storm. Makes he's stuck at home for now. He is contained. Waiting for his upgrades, waiting for stim, combat shields. Now when it comes to the eventual move out, I'm very concerned here about how well these stasis traps are going to perform. We'll see. He is just still securing himself. Migs, he does go for a scout. He does confirm that there's no third at the triangle location. Likewise, he also scouts and confirms Storm. Does take note of the ground army. Is now aware. Is aware of what's going on. Likewise, fourth base on the way. Astrea just building up. Migs is on a 5-rack setup. Going for a drop. Remember, up until this point, there was no robo. He fans out his Marines. Oh, God. And the stasis traps, they are going to run out. Whew. Okay, we're good. Yeah, they're going to run out. They will not connect. Army gets spotted. Makes fanning out. And really, this should just be a distraction. Remember, we have the double drop towards the main. So the main armies do engage with each other. Mig setting up on top of the ramp. Double drop into the main. There's one High Templar. No Storm, though. No energy. Oh, I spoke too soon. There was the energy overcharge. We'll take down the High Templar, though. Yeah, Templar goes down. Zelta being cleaned up. The Warpin is not good enough. And Migs is getting damage done at the same time. Ooh, Storm does zone away. Wintermines are set. And the army cannot engage. The base is going to go down. Oh, he denied charge. Oh my god. Charge is denied. Or is delayed. +2 as well. Again, this expansion should fall. There's no saving this. As we can see Astrea trying to repower. We go +2. It's back on the way. Likewise, Migs trying to gain more ground. He has to respect those storms, though. That's a lot of High Templar. Ooh. Storm takes down one of those Wintermines. Liberation has arrived. Now, behind this, Migs, for the first time, third CC. Third CC is on the way. He is expanding. Meanwhile, Astrea coming in from behind, trying to catch him out. Charge is now complete. And Migs has to respond to this. His reinforcements are getting caught. And now the tanks are exposed. He will chase this all the way back, and Astrea he holds. Astrea he holds. Astrea he should be able to break this position. Ooh, Oracle goes down. And with this surround, yeah, Zelsay will clean this up. Can he escape? Can he get out of here? Oh my god, doesn't save the tanks. Tanks go down, Widowmines, Liberators as well. Does target down one High Templar in the process. But Migs is in trouble. Migs, he plummets in supply. And this might just be it. Astrea moving out, his fourth base is late. Migs trying to hold the line. He has Ghost, he has EMPs, landing his third. I don't think Astrea realizes just how little there is for Miguelito, or Migs to defend. Despite that, soon moving in. So far, Astrea is more concerned with backing off, with securing his fourth base, and Astrea is going to be the first to max. He's going to be the first to max out. Migs, it's going to be quite a tough ask here to survive that. He can go for some drop play to buy time. Really, that's his only hope here, is dropping across the map, getting to some of these bases, and just buying more time to be able to build up a semblance of an army. But without that, Astrea is going to max, and he's going to push. And yeah, it's gonna be a tough hold. Tough hold, Pappy, tough hold. Liberator goes down. You already have a small Marine force towards the left-hand side. Marines on the right as well. These are keeping Astrea somewhat distracted, somewhat. But he's maxed. He's maxed out. He's got what? He's got 4 High Templar, 1 Disruptor, 1 Colossus. His army mainly consists of a gateway composition of purely Stalker Zealots. That's where the main bulk of his army does lie. It's a pretty cheap army, is what I will say. And all of this will come down to the EMPs. If he can land some EMPs, if he can maybe drag the army within tank range. Oof. As Migs has to pull out. Charge will say collapse in. Oh, yeah, brutal feedbacks here on those ghosts. And we just collapse on the army. Coming from behind as well, we get almost a full surround. And Mixie's just run out of steam. Did have some good moments here at the start of the game, but then it was just torn apart. It was just torn apart. GG gets called, and Astrea, he will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the next round, advancing on to the semifinals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Astrea, he will claim the series. Shout out to Vindicta, because again, he had some really nice moments in this game. I'm referring to his initial multi-prong aggression with his drop into the main base, denying and delaying charge and picking up High Templar, and his push on the right hand side, sniping the 4th base. There was some really good moments for him. Unfortunately, once charge finished, we saw Astrea in a way outposition Vindicta, coming in from behind, distracting the Bio army, and he was able to just pick Vindicta apart, sniping those tanks, the Liberators, the Widowmines, and yeah, just eventually breaking out and snowballing out of control. GG. GG, well played. Very impressive play there by Astrea. Does claim the series. A shout out to Vindicta though, because Astrea was favored to take it all here, but Vindicta, he did make Astrea work for it. And even in game 2, it was very close and very clutch. Game 2 on grid, I mean, Vindicta, he almost 2-0'd. He almost 2-0'd then and there. He was so close to breaking Astrea on grid as well. Very impressive. GG. GG, well played. With that, we are going to be following Astrea into the next series, into the next round, into the semis. Exclamation mark and B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. The bracket is concluding here as we do actually maneuver on over. Here we go. We have Cure. Cure, he gets a walkover over Eggs. Este huevito. Unfortunately, he was otherwise unavailable. And Cure, he will claim the series. Up next, we have Cure versus Astrea in another Terran versus Protoss matchup. Here we go. So we have a next matchup. Meanwhile, scrolling down, ByuN takes on Mute 2-0, and SHIN is currently mid-series against Rebellion in those lower quarterfinals matches. So we're kind of nearing the end of the broadcast here. We have, what, 5 players remaining. We have Cure, Astrea, ByuN, SHIN, and Rebellion. Oh boy, we have a sea of Korean players and 1 lone American player, and we'll see if Astrea can take it all. Again, if you were here last week, you would know that Astrea did have a strong showing against ByuN and did have a dominant performance against him last week. So again, his PvT is on point. We did see Astrea struggle a little bit here against Vindicta, but Vindicta, he was going for a lot of 2-base play. A lot of 2-base all-ins, less macro play, which is where Astrea thrives, which is where I favor Astrea against players like ByuN and Cure. So we'll see how aggressive they're going to be. We'll see how they do turn this out. As we are setting up. Depending on how fast our series is, we might be able to catch the tail end of the lower semifinals. Otherwise, it's just going to be upper semis into the grand finals. Although it's just one into the other. As Vitas are underway, so we're going to be going on a short break. Here, so take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, and get ready here for another Terran versus Protoss matchup. We'll see you soon after the break. See you soon, Pappy. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semifinals here, the PiGosaur Monday number 29. We're nearing the end of the broadcast here. Semifinals and the grand finals thereafter. We are here for our TVP and spawning in the top left hand corner, sorry, top right hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Protoss player, the red Protoss. It is Astrea. Here we go. So we are going to be settling in and calming things down. Again, Astrea, we've already seen quite a number of TVPs already here tonight. Astrea having a very greedy approach to his turn versus Protoss time and time again. Last time we featured Astrea on this map, it was a Stargate opener. We'll see if he does the same, or we'll see if he does it, mix it up into a faster Nexus like he has in the past. Riser on Astrea. At the same time, Curie does move out with the eBay block. We'll look to delay the expansion and disrupt the build and disrupt the opener of the Protoss. Let's go. Oh, right, before I forget, you know what time it is. I almost forgot, but it's Gamba time, Poppy. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Coming into this, especially because of last week's performances, I do rate Astrea quite highly in this matchup. I don't think there are many Terran players in the world that can actually keep up with Astrea in the mid game, in the mid to late game though. But we'll see. You know, maybe he was just on fire last week, and here we can see Cure threaten him instead. Ideally, we see an ace match. True. Meanwhile, because of the eBay block, we do have the factory follow-up. Astrea is forcing the unnatural expansion. The unnatural natural has been taken, and from here we are settling in. From here, Curie can go into earlier Cyclone or earlier Hellion production and try to be more assertive early on to try to take advantage of the awkward base setup of Astrea. Could go for it. Speaking of, going for the add-on swap. Getting the reactor on that factory. Likewise, CC on the high ground for Cure being safe, and yep, there it is, Reactored Hellion. So, Reactored Hellion, 2 Hellions can 2-shot probes, 3 Hellions 1-shot workers, so we're going to be hyper-aggressive with these Reactored Hellions. From here, you can actually take control of the center here of these bases and try to punish any transferring workers going in between the bases. Astrea opening up 3-gate though. Oh, very aggressive. Astrea, instead of going for tech, otherwise we would see a Twilight Council or a Stargate or a Robo. We have a 3-gate setup with a proxy across the map. Hyper aggression out of Astrea. Oh boy. Okay. Meanwhile, Cure, he does move out. He does fan out. We do see Astrea's in position. Does have the sentry. Does have the force field. So far, 1 probe does get picked off. Gets 1. Pylon is ready. Hallucination gets a full scout of the main, gets eyes on the 1-1-1 setup. And we'll see if Astrea does warp in across the map. We'll see how assertive he plans on being. Now warping in defensively, making sure he's secure. Again, his tech is delayed because of this early gateway setup. Hallucination moves out once again, confirms the Cyclone, confirms the early move out. Yeah, Cure, he's pushing. He's pushing early on. And again, thanks to all the gateways, Astrea, he will have an army to defend. See, moving out towards the high ground. He wants that Cyclone, does lock it down, and the Cyclone, ooh, barely doesn't fall. Popping up that nice micro out of Cure. Saves the Cyclone. Ooh, Sentry goes down. And that Cyclone barely survives. Alas, Cure doesn't like his chances. He backs off. He retreats, gets the hell out of there. From here, Astrea can attempt to counterattack. Ooh, dropping past. Astrea, he does miss this. Does miss the drop, keeps on pushing. Back at home, is there a tank? Tank is not yet done. Bunker's on the way. Cure, he's not ready for this. He needs a little bit more time. It's going to be a close hold. It's going to be a clutch defense. As the bunker is denied. At the same time, drop into the mineral line. Probe's going to be going down. Tank has arrived. Yeah, and with the tank sieging up, Cure holds. Cure, he holds. Oh, he does punish these stalkers. A lot of stalkers going down. Yeah, Astrea here overextends. Force to recall into the main. And Cure, he's in a better position here. He does hold onto 2 bases. He can resaturate, taking more Rexes. And Astrea, he's just now starting Blink. Again, Astrea, he was hoping for a little bit more, but because of the drop, Astrea was distracted, and he lost more than he otherwise needed to. So strong defense here from Cure. Astrea forced to expand, taking another base. The game will continue from here. And we'll see where Astrea leads us. Going into Storm, not Colossus. Let's go from home to the moon. Let's go. Oh. Astrea catching up the Marines at least. Please out 3. 3 probes. The 4 Marines. Likewise, Viking harassing towards the main. Okay. Will threaten any transferring workers. Speaking of, uh-oh. Up! He gets 1. He gets 1. He gets 2. 2 probes going down. It all does count. All does add up. So Viking gets the hell out of there. And this entire time, Curie's been building up. He's been building up back at home, getting to stem, combat shields. Once the upgrades kick in, he can move out. Astrea does scout the setup. Is aware of the tanks. Is also aware that there's no additional tank production. He does see the reactor on the factory. We're still in a tense game state here. Still very tense. Cure looking for a way out. Oh! Takes a lot of hits, takes a lot of damage. Scan into the main, reveals Storm, reveals the Temple Archives. Storm is already done. Cure, he's ready for his move out. Now he's not all in. We do have a 3rd command center already halfway done. He has his upgrades. And the move out gets spotted. Okay, Astrea knows. Astrea, he knows. He moves out to meet the army. Ideally, he does want to catch the army here on the ramp. But Cure, he rotates towards the left-hand side. Astrea out of position. He does not see the rotation. He does not see the army. Astrea rotating over towards the right. He misses the army completely. Oh, now he sees. Now he sees, he knows, he responds. Cure, he pulls back. Dropping in towards the main. Tanks get spotted. Astrea, can he get on top of those tanks? Oh, it's gonna be close. No medevacs. Oh no, no medevacs, but alas, Astrea, he's distracted by the drop. The tanks, they made it, they did survive. Yeah, Cure successful with his distraction. And Astrea, he's not ready for the main army. And Cure's moving in. Going for the 4th. Astrea trying to get here in time. Oh, barely is. Barely does get here. Nice control. Does peel off. Avoids that splash damage and Astrea holds. Whew. Okay. Again, very, very intense and very close positional play here from our 2 players. Where Cure, he almost made it through. He almost snuck up on the base. Astrea barely got there in time. And Astrea holds. Astrea, he does hold. Behind this, Cure taking up into Ghost. His 3rd base fully saturated. Ghost production underway. I mean, it also shows just how large this map is and how long these rotations take. Cure, he does pull back. He pulls back. Now what's important here is that even though Cure, he didn't find any damage, because of his posturing, he didn't commit, and he did preserve his army. Like, his army is massive as a result, as he has been able to build up that army throughout the course of the entire game. Like Cure, as you can see here, he hasn't really lost much of anything. He lost one Cyclone at the start of the game. Storm pops up. Nice storm, very nice storms. Oh my god. But the EMPs are even better here, catching at 2-Eye Templar. Cure stims in. He was able to tank the storm to the face. Storms connected, grazed the army, but did not kill. Astrea splitting up, trying to keep up. Doesn't know where the army's coming in from. Astrea going for a counterattack. Oh! Nice feedbacks. Nice snipe here on the Ghost. Gets one. Does get one Ghost. Astrea expands towards the top side. Likewise, they'll run by into the mineral line. The mineral line is exposed. SCV's going to be going down. The storm! Oh my god, brutal storm as well. You're getting 15 SCVs. Cure out of position. And Astrea gets away. He does pull away. Oh, he will run into the army though. Yeah, trying to escape. Goes to the feedback. Does not get a storm off. But the Zealots will survive. It's a very nice movement here from Astrea. Cure down to 54 SCVs. Cure forced back home. Astrea is moving out. And now the turns have tabled. Cure now forced to be defensive. He's stuck at home. Astrea moving in. Oof. Does move in. Breaks on through, getting on top of the tanks. He gets one, but only one. It's just far too much here. The EMPs were on point. No storms left. And no storms with the main army. We have reinforcing High Templar. Astrea taking more bases. Does take more bases. Tanks are trying to keep over the rotation. Tanks, they do siege. The tank is going to go down. And there's not many Vikings here, only 2 Vikings. And 2 Vikings not going to be enough. We have 2 more on the way. Missile goes up. Good connection. Despite that storm coming in, oh my god. Yeah, nice storm drop here from Astrea. Another storm zones. The Colossus are getting low. Oh. As Astrea, he does pull away. Got some damage, pulls away. Knocking down the Jogs, trying to create an opening. Storm drop coming in once again. Oh, not enough energy though. Yeah, not a successful storm drop, not this time. Astrea, he's running out of splash damage here. No High Templar. Colossus are very low on HP, at least one of them is. Astrea, he is reinforcing though. We have more High Templar on the way. He has 1 full NG High Templar. Rocks have been knocked down. Nice EMP. Julie in the first storm. First Colossus goes down. Massive EMP on the other Colossus. And Curie can take this fight. He can take this fight. Flanking storms coming in. Not bad. But not enough. As Curie, he breaks the main army. Astrea, he plummets in supply. Yeah, the EMPs were brutal and there were barely any storms in that. Astrea here, Versade is welcome. Curie moving out. And Astrea just doesn't really have much left to defend. There's just not much left over. He's got 2 High Templar. He only has a Gateway Army. No Colossus. Boys being pulled away. Yeah, Curie's done it. He has done it. He will break the expansions. It was a very intense back and forth here. But in the end, Curie will break through. 14 probes going down. Astrea trying to catch him out. Curie finally with only half his army. Brutally EMPs. EMPs all the Stalkers. Storm here on the bio. And Astrea, he will hold. He will hold. He will clean this up. But here comes the second army. There's no more storms. He needs more. Oh my god. Comes in with some chargelets. Does move in, barely holding on. Again, clutch hold here from Astrea. Cure, he didn't fight with his entire, he only fought with half his army. So Astrea does overwhelm. Very fortunate fight there for Astrea. So Astrea, he's still in this. He's retaking more bases, now getting into disruptors, no more Colossus. I mean, he has two, but now getting into those disruptors instead. A more secure way to get damage done. I mean, if they connect. A secure way to zone the army away. But still very close, very clutch. Astrea re-expanding. Cure likewise taking his own fresh mining base on the right hand side. Astrea, he does spot this. He's rotating.
Should have happened. Your minerals is ended.
Cure, he hasn't seen. Yo, shout out to Wyra, by the way. Cure, he is in position. Astrea ready for distraction. Ideally, he wants something to pull away the attention of Cure, like this main army. Oh. Almost getting a ghost. Zealots, they do hit the planetary, but yeah, the army's in position. Astrea gets a storm off. He does get some damage done. Pulls away. Astrea rotating over towards that planetary, actually coming in for a surround. Not bad. And once again, Astrea just collapsing on a portion of the army at once. Cure, the rest of the army's out of position. He's racing on over. Where are the Novas? Novas, they attempt to zone. Oh, not bad. A couple of Novas do connect with the Vikings. They shut down the Colossus. And Astrea's on the run. He fails to break the expansion. The planetary survives. Ooh, that's going to be every disruptor going down. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, that was not worth it. Astrea, he just lost, what, 2 Colossus? Yeah, 2 Colossus, 2 Disruptors, 2 Templar. Very expensive losses. And again, he did not get the base. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh god, no, the storms! Cure. He stands in the storms. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Okay, Astrea, I see you. Look, at the end of the day, we just need one storm. True. Just a solid storm back. That's all we need. Give him one. It's a lot of zealots, by the way. A lot of charges rushing in. Keeping Cure distracted. Ooh, as he does commit for a moment there. A lot of zealots going to be going down. Astrea trying to posture. Cure securing this base, getting another CC. Likewise, Astrea taking more gases. At this kind of game state, especially with the game slowing down a little bit, this would be the time to throw down a Stargate, to throw down a Fleet Beacon, and start working towards Skytos upgrades. Actually, I say that. Usually, actually, the indicator for that would be Liberators, and Cure didn't get there. I spoke too soon. There it is. Fusion Core is on the way, +2 air attack. I just spoke about Liberators, and Cure is working towards it. So Cure is working towards Liberator production. Astrea, he's not ready for that yet. Cure, he's listening, baby. He knows. He knows. Crazy. Astrea just splitting up his army, taking another expansion again. We do have a lull period here, which is why now is the time to tank. This is why Cure is going for his Fusion Core. This is why Cure is setting up for those Liberators, and why Astrea should be as well. Instead, right now, he's just fortifying himself, throwing down walls like cannons and shield batteries. I mean, there's still value in this, don't get me wrong. But he's going to be outscaled here as Liberator range has begun. Liberator range is on the way. Cure building up towards his late game army composition. almost there. It's almost there. Celeron might gets attempted. Gets denied. Storm's coming in. Going for the feedbacks, actually. Gets almost all the ghosts. One ghost will survive. With full HP, with full energy, I mean. So EMP still went up. Storm zones. That's that final feedback. Getting every ghost. Meanwhile, still more ghosts on the right hand side. And this is late, I will say. This does feel like, what, 3 minutes too late, but it's on the way regardless. +1 air attack, double robo, and a Stargate. You know, it did recall top left. Yeah, massive recall, risky maneuver here. As Cure, he's going to bring down the expansion because of that recall. At the same time, we do see trading a base for a base. One CC goes down for a Nexus. But this is a more valuable base here to Astrea. We'll see if he can keep going. We'll see if he can keep pushing. Base goes down. Base goes down. Curie can go for bottom right as well. That's going to be 2 bases falling. Oh, massive storm. Oh my god, the storms, they continue. What a lass. One more. He can do it. The army's pinned. And the army's pinned down. There it is. Final storm of the army. And Cure here will lose everything. The ghosts, the Marines and Marauders, everything goes down. The Vikings do survive, but only the Vikings. And Astrea, he's doing it. Cure, he plummets in supply. Now, he does maintain his air army. And here come those liberators that we spoke about. So liberation has arrived. But that's after the fight. He rotates. He wants that Nexus. Should get it. Astrea, he responds. And again, that's just too much supply in Vikings here. There we go. Base does fall. Cure taking another fresh mining base. Astrea has to do something about this. He has to deny. Pushing into this 4th base is not going to be easy. There's a lot of SimCity. Just one Liberator does get caught out. As Elsay charge in, Nova goes off. Massive Nation takes down 2 ghosts. 2 ghosts do fall. And Astrea, he may have just done it here. Again, there's just not much left here to defend. Astrea, he backs off. He backs off. He rotates. He will go for the CC. Liberators get left behind. And they get picked off one after the other. Takes down the Liberators, takes down the expansion. Here, he barely has a standing army. Again, a lot of that supply is in Vikings. It's mainly a Viking army at this point. It's mainly Viking medevac. Astrea, you can send it. Just ape in, Fabi. You can ape in. It's how many? It's 7 Vikings, 11 medevacs. There's 2 ghosts and 15 Marines. Of course, the Liberators are also a factor as well. Security's retaking bottom right. Astrea looking for a way in. Mothership is on the way. Shield upgrades as well. Astrea has a wall of cannons to buy time. And he's going for that Zealot run by. Rotates over. Hero out of position. Gets 1. Gets 2. Takes down 2 libs. Novas, they do connect. Yeah, brutal connection. Storm's coming in as well. Astrea pulls back at the same time. They'll say cast some reinforcements. Gets 18 SCVs in that mineral line. And these Liberators are forced to siege. They're forced to siege up back at home. Oh, you're right. There were rocks here. Yeah. Can knock them down. Ooh, Planetary's done. Oh my god. That was going off. Storm here on the Vikings. And Curie just cannot keep up. Not anymore. Astrea has a massive bank and has all these bases. Astrea, he can afford these trades. Cure, he cannot. As else, if they catch more reinforcements. Rocks are being knocked down. That's a lot of freedom. Jesus. 12 liberators. They're stacking. Oh god. We go from 12 down to 8. 4 liberators do fall. Another storm in the bio army. Another storm as well. And liberators are good, but they do need that ground support. And Cure, he needs the economy for that as well. Just doesn't have it. Cure, he's hoping for just a worse fight out of Astrea. Just an overextension into all these freedom zones. But Astrea playing it slow. Takes down one liberator, pulls away. Just one lib at a time. Likewise, Zelsia, they catch more reinforcements. GG gets called. The writing is on the wall, and Astrea, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Astrea, he does take a lead in this series. Again, a very intense back and forth. There was some strong moments for Cure, other strong moments for Astrea. We saw the biggest moment that I was concerned for Astrea was when he overextended, pushing in between the natural and the linear third base. If you remember, that was when Astrea knocked down the rocks. Remember, he knocked down the rocks, he tried to push in, and he was completely overwhelmed. If you remember, he only had 1 High Templar, so he only had like 2 storms coming in at the tail end of the fight. He lost all of his Colossus, he plummeted in supply. Astrea, he plummeted like 50 supply in that fight. And Cure, he was able to counterattack, but barely wasn't able to keep pushing and barely wasn't able to punish Astrea. Astrea did recover. He did recover from that moment. I wasn't sure if he could, but he brought it back. Did bring it back. If you recall, it was after that fight where the game kind of slowed down. The game did slow down and both players started taking up. That was after some positional play, of course. But GG, well played. With that, Astrea does take a lead, and we are now getting ready here for our next game. Only game one. Oh my god. Only game 1. Did Cure make some kind of cheese and fail? No. It was a long macro game. Technically, it was Astrea. If you recall, Astrea, he did open up 3 gates. He opened up 3 gates, 3 gate at the start of the game, going into delayed blink, going into a lot of stalker aggression earlier. I mean, the start of the game was very chaotic, I should say. If you remember, Cure, he did go for an eBay block, so Astrea, he was forced to take the unnatural natural. So Astrea was So Astrea was in an awkward position. We got past the early game. Into the mid game. But yeah, if you're unaware, Dash, like Astrea usually thrives in more standard games and longer macro games. That's like where Astrea thrives. And that was very back and forth. We go. Getting in. Just waiting for our video. Sorry, waiting for our lobby to be made. Looks like our next game is going to be on Pylon. Let's go. Let us go. Holy Raiders, they suck at dodging storms in siege mode. Unfortunately. Oh no. I'm always reminded of the Pylon. Was it no the depot dodging Dragoon shots in StarCraft Evolution. They're bobbing, they're weaving, they're crazy, dodging shots. Here we go. We're getting into game 2, and we'll see if Cure does go for an all-in. Again, like after After Astrea was able to spread his wings and thrive in a much longer macro game, Cure, he might switch gears. He might go for something more aggressive instead. Might try to end the game earlier. We'll see. We'll see if he does adjust. Otherwise, I'm not opposed to a more standard back and forth again. Like, that was crazy. It's crazy. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner here of Pylon, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, down in the series. We'll see if he mounts back and force the ace match representing Team Liquid. It is a Cure. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss on land of the Americas, leading the series 1-0. It is Astrea. Here we go. And welcome one more to Pylon. Pylon is an interesting map here. Doesn't have as many quirks, I should say. We do have a much more wide open center between the bases, very similar to Frostline is what I will say. Unlike the previous map, unlike Tokamak, here there is an avenue in between the natural, the third, and the fourth. There are these crossroads here, so as the aggressing player, you can rotate between them a little bit more freely. Despite that though, unlike on Frostline, here at the third and fourth bases, there are more choke points. There's a more narrow ramp here in front of the linear third. Likewise, there's more elevation here on the right hand side as well, so you can get in position in time. You can take some better defensive fights. Likewise, here towards the left hand side also there is a more narrow choke point. There is a wider ramp towards left, but for the most part you do have a decent defensive setup here. And what I will say is that it is a little bit more awkward to rotate between the bases, just because you have to pull further back into the center before rotating towards that natural. This is accessible, that is true, but I would say this is not as extreme as Frostline. I think Frostline is accessible to the extreme, where it is very difficult to defend on Frostline. Here, more so. Let's go. As Astrea, he does pylon block the add-on. Let's go. We'll force the lift. Force the building out of position. There's a recall. Does recall in time. The pylon will complete, and this will kind of disrupt the initial SimCity here of Cure, as the Reaper does move out. We also have these bridges in the center, which, I mean, they're also relatively narrow. You can try to take advantage of them. We have the left hand and fringe bases here out in the center, which we have yet to see taken. Ooh, and it is going to be a Stargate opener out of Astrea. Interesting, going for the Stargate. The pylon does stand strong, and we'll scout the Reaper heli in production. No add-ons here on the racks. Now, we'll see if this is a Stargate to commit into Phoenixes, or if this is Oracle into Blink Stalker, which we have seen previously. CC on location. Starport is on the way. Again, this is a double gas opener out of Cure, going for the faster factory into a more aggressive start. Reaper Hellion is moving out, and we'll see if Astrea can hold. Back at home, the natural is open. Does have a shield battery. Oracle's on the way, being chronoed as we speak, but it's still going to be a tough hold here for Astrea. Reaper towards the main, Hellion towards the natural. And the first Reaper goes down. Nice pick off here from Astrea. Very nicely done. Zones away those Reapers. Heli. Oh my god, the first they line up. Oh my god. They do line up. One probe goes down. The others are still punching. Getting up to 2. And he's not done. He's going to get up to 4 workers. Ay, ay, ay. Get a chaotic defense at the natural from Astrea. He does defend though. Does hold. Reapers aren't done. They do scout the tech. He's now aware of the Stargate and of the Oracle. Now what's important is we do have a second Oracle on the way. Ooh, no shield battery in the mineral line, but the Reaper will fall. Likewise, a Twilight Council follow-up. Now with the commitment into another Oracle, this could be Twilight Council into charge, but I'm leaning towards Twilight Council into blink. Leaning towards it, we'll see. As gases are being taken at the natural. We're not going gasless. Likewise, extra racks is on the way. As you did mention, yet Blink is in production. Now, Blink is going to be delayed more so than a more standard build, that is true. But what's important is that Cure doesn't know. Cure, for all Cure knows, this could be Oracle into Robo, into Colossus. There could be Blink on the way, there could be Charge. Could be Phoenixes, I suppose. Cure gets spotted. Cure fans out. Astrea, he fans out his stalkers. He does miss the drop. Ay, ay, ay. Barely does miss it. Medevac slipping in. Going for the mineral line. Stasis trap is in position. Oh, can he bait him in? Can he bait him? Up! Oh my god, he barely can. Catches the Marines. Not the Cyclone, though. This Medevac will escape. Behind this, we do see Astrea throwing down station traps here at the third locations to delay expansions, catch any move outs. Medevac say shut down the initial Medevac. Oof. Trading out the stalkers. There's going to be 2 stalkers going down and another probe, another 2 probes. Yeah, 2, 3 probes going down. This is getting out of hand. That's going to be what, 5 worker kills in total, 10 in total throughout the course of this game. That was including the Hellion harass earlier. Ay, ay, ay. Going for his third CC. Building up his forces. So if I'm pretty sure he does notice the shimmer. Yeah. We can see Astrea trying to bait him in. Oh my god. Does kind of, yeah, there we go. Does bait him. Massive stasis traps go off. The medevacs are exposed. Another drop moving out. And Astrea, he can go for the medevacs. He can. And he will. Yeah, medevacs are falling. Gets one. Let's get one. Rest of the bio army does unload. Almost catching out the Stalker. Nice PiGosaur sniping the Widow Mine. Astrea pulls away. Storm, I believe. Yep, Storm is done. Storm is ready. As the stasis does run out, Curie can now expand. Curie does have control of the Zolnaga. And the drop so far going unscattered. Okay, just mass drop play, double drop on the left. We have a triple drop on the right. Drops are moving out, but that does also mean the star base is exposed. Astrea, he just goes right down mid. He's like, mate, you can go for drop play. That doesn't matter. I'm gonna just kill you. He goes straight down the center. Cure, he's completely exposed. There's nothing here. There's nothing. We're going for the base trade. We're going for the base trade. Does Astrea recall? He commits. Goes up the ramp. Marauders do hold the ramp though. They do hold the main. There's the recall. Force back home. Cure, he moves in and probes are going down left and right. Yeah, Astrea is trying to race back over. He's scrambling for a defense. And he will lose every probe here. Aye, brutal losses for Astrea. There was potential, but it's not good enough. Oh, nice stasis. Stasis traps going up. That's going to be 22 probe kills. Oh. Gets a medevac. Not bad. Takes down the medevac and catch out the rest of this army. Curie does race back. Bearing in mind, Curie did lose 15 SCVs. The worker counts are still very close to each other. Very close, very clutch. Marauders, they get one. Oh, he gets two. A little bad trade. Astrea, he has to stabilize, or he's trying to stabilize. Likewise, so is Cure. A very chaotic game state. Very chaotic. But now everyone's backed off. Astrea is back home. Cure is back home. Ghosts are building up. We have Colossus on the way. We're calming down. After a very chaotic start. We're calming things down. Kiri rotates on the right hand side. Kiri, he does not have the Zelnagas, either Zelnaga. And once again, Kiri completely out of position. He's racing back over. This base may just go down. Yeah, SCV's in along for this. A lot of SCV's going to be falling. Ghost's going to be coming in. They're going for the EMP. Oh my god. Clutch feedback. Very clutch feedbacks. As 9 SCVs go down, EMPs pop off. And Astrea has to get the hell out of here. The CC survives. The command center does live, does survive. Another storm zoning away. Picks off 2 ghosts. But again, just showing just how important map control is. Astrea does have both Zelnagas towards left and on the right hand side as well. He has both towers. Kiri's playing blind. The observer does spot Kiri's rotation. Astrea intercepting. No, never mind. No, he has a choice to make. Does he intercept or does he not? Going for the run by. Does go for the run by. Will take some mine shots to the face. Kiri's moving in. Astrea is ready. He's in position. He has a sharp thrust. He has storm. Nova goes off. Up. Gets 2 ghosts. Test on 2 ghosts. Massive storm. And more ghosts going down. Stasis goes off as well. Another storm. Oh god. Kiri takes everything to the face. Oh, the storm. Another stasis. And Kiri's just falling apart. He was getting picked apart by Astrea. At the same time, the base did go down. Oh, sorry. Base forced to lift, I should say. Does survive. Astrea catching out the army. Stasis trap is about to run out. Ooh. It does run out, and he can deal with the army a portion at a time. Yeah, and Kiri, there's no way out of this. He will plummet in supply, losing everything. The entire bio army goes down. Again, Astrea flexing is a map control, I should say. Like, map vision and map control was paramount in this game when it came to the observers, when it came to those Zelnaga towers. Astrea just catching or just out-positioning Kiri time and time again is what it came down to. Kiri finally notices. He does notice the observer. Observer gets sniped. But the damage has been done. And now Astrea, he's up 50 supply. He's got top ranked. He's taking a center left. Taking more bases. Secure once again moving out with his own drop. He gets spotted by that Zelnaga tower. Astrea, he's aware. He responds. And they will punish this. Once again moving out. Astrea, he's about to max. He splits off his army. Astrea, he retakes control of the Zelnaga, and now he's moving in. He's pushing through the center. He has that maxed out army. He's got how much? He's got 2 Colossus, he's got 2 High Templar, not too much splash damage to be honest. It's mainly a gateway composition. Nice EMP. So even though Kiri has a smaller army, Kiri can still take this fight with some solid EMPs. He can still take this. More robots on the way, more disruptors. Astrea taking this slow. I mean, Astrea, there's nothing pressuring him to push into this. Oh no! My shot doesn't connect. But all Astrea has to do is just contain. The win condition is contain the Terran on 3 bases. Prism goes down. Astrea moving in will take an EMP to the face. Does take the EMP. Vikings, they zone away the Colossus. Astrea, he has to pull out. He has to get the hell out of here. He bleeds out so many Zealots. But mainly Zealot here. Does wink away. Yeah, just an awkward engage here for the Terran. Astrea, he pulls back. Kiri breaks out. And here come the reinforcements. Here come storms and disruptors. You're trying to move in. Meanwhile, a massive Zealot round by headed towards the mineral line. And Curie just doesn't have the supply to defend. He just doesn't have enough. Zealots, they do dive in. More SCVs going down. Curie has to make a tough decision here. He has to commit. He's going for it. Nice EMPs. Denies the storms. Storms are denied. The first Colossus goes down. Honestly, a pretty good engage here for Cure. Takes down all the Zealots. But Disruptors, they're trickling in. He gets two. Gets one, gets two Disruptors for free. Breaks the main army, and Cure, he breaks the expansion. Again, a very nice fight for Cure. But he's all in. At the end of the day, he's all in. And Astrea just has to buy time. He has to play it slow. Play it safe. I don't know if he can, though. As he's going for the base trade. He's going for the base trade here. Cure moving in. Depowers the Robos. Massive pickup. Artosis Pylon goes down. Astrea, he's in trouble. Yeah, Astrea is catching reinforcements and taking down SCVs, but the main army for Cure is superior. He has a stronger main army. And Cure can still win this game. He's going for the production, going for the throat. Yeah, he has control of the ramp as well. And all the gateways are being depowered. Astrea has to rebuild those gateways. Takes down the Ghost Academy. Cure, he has no money, he has no income. Oh, that was a bold blink. Yeah, big mistake there. Blinks in, bleeds out 5 Stalkers. Every Stalker counts. More gateways are on the way. And Cure, he's moving in. These stasis traps are so important. Oh, first one goes up. First stasis goes up. Another stasis not quite baited out. Nice PiGosaur with the Stalkers. Feedback on the Ghost. Again, Astrea just has to buy time for his gateways to finish. The gateways are still on the way. He needs those warp pins. Storm popping up. Yeah, but gee, that's so. Oh my god! Oh, the High Templar. Astrea chasing Cure down. One storm is all he needs, and even then, even without the storm, the army's overstimmed. And remember, Cure, he can't afford anything else. This is all Cure has left. It was close. It was impressive. Again, Cure's all in, got all the way into the main, and depowered everything. But now there's nothing left. Now there's no medevac, or there's one medevac. The army's overstimmed. GG gets called as Cure, he runs out of steam, and Astrea will take the series at 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very intense finale to the series here, as again, Cure towards the end, he was completely forced all in, and he took a really strong fight at the 4th base. He was able to get on top of the Colossus, EMP the High Templar, snipe the Disruptors, EMP the main army. Like Cure, he had a very, very strong fight. He had some amazing army control, but as we were trying to point out, he had no economy, so that's what he had. Like, he couldn't reinforce, he couldn't maintain himself. The longer the game went on, the better it was for Astrea, because Astrea could warp in and had an economy. He had bases, plenty of them. GG. GG, well played. With that, Astrea, he will claim the series, and Astrea will advance on to the grand finals, and the question becomes, who's up next? Who is up next, as I believe we do have ByuN and SHIN mid-series. ByuN and SHIN, they are mid-series. They are facing off. They are facing off. I believe we were notified that they're in game 2 at the moment. I'm not too sure who's covering them and who's casting them. Is Pig on that series? El Chanchito. Let's find out. Oh, I wouldn't know. Oh. Thank you, Spaguts. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Yeah, it looks like we have some downtime here. I believe Pig is covering that series, and I guess because that it's worth going to the Korean server. Just in case there's an ace match. Unfortunately, I can't actually watch Pig's stream. I can't watch it, so I don't know how that series is unfolding. I don't know what happened, but I want to say like a couple of days ago, Twitch has just been dying on me. Like, I just can't watch it. on my phone either. Like it's just not working. Thankfully, I can still stream to Twitch, but I can't watch anything on Twitch. Yeah, I mean, I don't really watch much Twitch, but you know, it's useful for stuff like this, for trying to like see what the other streams are covering and what the other streams are casting. SHIN about to tie it up. Okay. We're gonna be going on a break. We're going to be going on a break here, and when we come back, we'll either have the ace match of ByuN versus SHIN, or we will have the grand final. See you soon. See you soon after the break. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the PiGosaur Monday number 29. I do apologize for the downtime. Unfortunately, we did not make it to the ace match of ByuN versus SHIN. Unfortunately, we were left out, but the series did conclude. It was a banger of a match, I heard, and SHIN did take down ByuN 2-1, went all the way to the ace match, went the distance, and SHIN did come out on top, which means we have our grand finals. It's going to be a PvZ matchup here between Astrea and SHIN. Let's go. PvZ best of 5 is ahead of us on our lovely tournament map pool. Here we go. Vitas are done. Game 1 is going to be on the grid. Let's go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of the grid, we have the red Protoss player, the American Protoss, who just took down and just made his way through Cure and a plethora of Terran players, but now is up against Zerg. We'll see if he can go all the way. It is Astrea. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing his new team, Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is SHIN. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series and who you think will become this week's champion. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our initial best of 5 into our grand finals. Let's go, Bobby, let's go. I see someone asking in the chat, is this played on the NA server? Yes, you could always assume that if you ever see a European versus a Korean or a North American versus a Korean, it is always played on the NA server. That is always the case. There are certain exceptions to that. The exceptions would be like server qualifiers. So if there was like, I don't know, like a server qualifier for DreamHack Dallas or EPT IM Katowice or something, if there were like specific server qualifiers, then usually games are prioritized on said server for like an American server qualifier or a European server qualifier, something along those lines. But those are usually the only exceptions to the rule. As for now, we are going to be settling in. We have our initial hatch gas pool, standard opener here from SHIN. Likewise, Astrea going for his own standard opener as well. And welcome once again, one and all, to the grid. The grid being a very interesting map. Did actually place quite highly when it comes to some of the voting in TLMC. And again, the grid does have 6 layers of elevation. We got the main, we come down towards the natural, and the third, we come down towards the 4th, we come down towards the 5th and 6th, and then down towards the 7th and 8th base as well. Again, just going further and further lower when it comes to set elevation. But I'll be honest, despite how unique the map is, we have never experienced a split map scenario on the grid yet. I look forward to it, don't get me wrong. I look forward to a longer game state. We'll see if we can get there, because the rush distance by ground is relatively short. So shorter rush distance by ground, we are what, 2 screens away from base to base, so often aggression is favored on this map. Often we have more aggressive tendencies, but we'll see what SHIN does go for. When it comes to Astrea, again, he's had an amazing performance so far. Last week, he was looking dominant in PvT against ByuN. This week, he was looking dominant in PvT against Cure as well. Again, I would say that Astrea's best matchup, his strongest matchup, is PvT. He can take it to almost any Terran out there in the world. I would say that his PvZ is, I would say, potentially his weakest matchup here. This is the matchup where Astrea has to work on the most. I'm quite fond of Astrea's late game though. His late game PvZ is comparable to Serral. If you remember, Astrea did beat Serral earlier this year in Masters Coliseum in PvZ. It was a very impressive performance, a very impressive showing when it comes to his late game prowess. But can he get there? That's the question. Can he actually make it there, as we do go for a robo opener instead? Oh my god, he's crazy. Adepts, they do shade in, getting 2 drone kills so far. Now a robo opener could be one of 2 things. This could be a robo into a bay, into a disruptor drop, which is a very old school build. It's been a long time since that has been in the meta. This could otherwise be a robo into Twilight Council, into Prism, into Archon drop. So one of 2. One of 2 here. Based on the pylon location, we might be intending to hide at the Temple Archives, or the Twilight Council, I should say. We'll see what we go for, as the robo is about to complete. And are we opening up with the bay? Looks like we are. Yeah, Prism first. Forger +1. Ooh, okay. Early Forge for upgrades. This is a build. This actually is reminiscent to Showtime. SHIN throws down a 4-minute Roach Horn, so very safe opener out of SHIN. But this is going to be later aggression. Jesus, God, the diva. But basically, SHIN, he's getting ready for early game aggression. He's getting ready for Glaive Adepts, getting ready for Dark Templar. This is not that. Again, early +1, Twilight Council's on the way. This should be for a Templar Archives, I would imagine. Eventually. Until then, the Prism is going to be moving out to harass across the map. But a very quirky build here from Astrea. Throwing down extra gateways. Now again, because the Twilight Council is so late, that's why I'm leaning towards going into a Temple Archives, into Archon production. Early Immortal production has begun. Lings are coming for a surround. They do catch out the Stalker. At least they try to. Oh, and they will. Stalker goes down. 1, 2 adepts as well. Very nice pickles here by SHIN. Prism towards the main. Charge has begun here for Astrea. Yep, and there's the Temple Archive. So it is going to be Archon production as we had assumed, but this is hyper aggressive. This is 6 gateways on 2 bases. This screams 2 base all in. 2 base all in, +1 timing, charge timing, and a couple of Archons will hit in time as well. All lining up. So a crazy 2 base all in here from Astrea. Meanwhile, it does get into the mid line. 1, 2, 3 drones going down. Did I say 3? He's going to get up to 4, up to 5. 5 drone kills. Adepts, they survive. Very nice control here. Very nice harass from Astrea. And Astrea, he is not stopping. He's also, oh god, as the Prism is going to be hunted down. Nice pick up. No dead space. No dead space here in the corner of the map. Astrea, he's learning the map the hard way here. There was no way to hide that Prism, so the Prism does go down. Storm is on the way. Interesting. I had assumed this would hit with Archons, not with Storm, so this is going to be a later timing, actually. Okay. Oh, he has to break down his own wall. Breaks down the gateway. He does break free. Now taking a very delayed expansion. And SHIN, because of the build, because of the opener, SHIN, he was ready for Adepts. He was ready for aggression. Aggression that never came. And now suddenly SHIN is stuck with an army. And he's making more roaches. He's making use of it. He's going to make use of this army. I believe all of a hatch tech. Yep. No lair. No lair. A hatch base all in here by SHIN. Morphing in Ravagers, flooding with Lings. SHIN, he's going to all in. And Astrea, he seems pretty prepared here. I say that. No shield batteries. There's a shield battery at the 3rd. 0 setup here at the natural. I do like the army that Astrea has. And Storm is going to finish, by the way. Storm will finish in time. But the lack of shield batteries is concerning. Because he doesn't know that an all-in is coming. Astrea, he doesn't see what's happening. Now he does. Now he sees, and now it might just be too late. Lings, they flood in. Storm's going to be forced out. Oh, but Lings are coming from behind the army. They go on top of the High Templar. They force out the Storms. And now there's no more High Templar, no more Storms. The Immortals are exposed. Whilst they connect with the Archon. And SHIN is done it. SHIN is done it. He breaks on through again. There was only one shield battery. Astrea, he was not aware of the all-in. Oh my god, nice Storm though. Very nice Storm towards the end. Astrea, he's fighting back. He's barely holding on despite being unprepared, despite the more haphazard defense. Astrea, he holds. Whew, he does hold. Cleans up all the Lings. He takes down all the Ravagers. This was an expensive defense for Astrea. He lost the Immortals and he lost most of the High Templar. So an expensive loss, or expensive trade, I should say, but there it is. GG gets called. The all-in fails. And Astrea, he survives. He takes game number 1. Whew, GG. A very interesting build by Astrea. I'm pretty sure the build that Astrea just went for, going for the earlier Forge +1 charge into Storm, was not going to be a +1 timing. I mean, the Storm obviously did scream that. It was more like Astrea was kind of expecting aggression, and he was blindly setting up for it defensively, able to blindly defend against the all-in. Again, could have seen a cleaner defense there if he was fully aware of what was happening. But yeah, really nicely done there. SHIN misreading the situation, misreading the game, going for the all-in, and almost playing into Astrea's hands. Almost. Again, Astrea, he wasn't fully prepared for the all-in, which is why it was as close as it was. But in the end, it did barely go his way. And now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. We're getting into game 2, a very intense game 1, but now we load into a much larger map in the map pool. Much larger map, longer rush distance compared to grid. We're going to be loading into Pylon. Let's go. Loading into Pylon here, and we'll see how this story continues. Again, we do see Astrea with a 1-0 lead. And this is going to be an interesting one here. We'll see how aggressive SHIN can be on a larger map, on a more open map as well. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Pylon, we have our American Protoss player, the Red Protoss, leading the series 1-0. It is Astrea. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg. down in the series. We'll see if he can recover. We'll see if he can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is a SHIN for Weibo Gaming. El huevito. Here we go. But now we are going to be opening up. So far so good. And again, welcome one and all to Pylon. Pylon is a much larger map of the map pool, longer rush distance by ground. We have some Zelnaga towers here towards both ends of the map, and on top of that we have some very spread out bases. We have a natural, third and fourth base. Now this layout is not as extreme as Frostline, but it does have some similarities when it comes to how the bases are more spread out and how accessible the bases are with all these attack pods, by going in between the bases and by having 2 entrances at the triangular third and 2 entrances at the linear third base as well. So multiple entrances here, but what I will say as opposed to Frostline is that these bases are more defendable. At least they're accessible, but they're more defendable than some of the extreme maps that we had last season. If you recall, we did have a banger of a PvT on this map earlier between Astrea and Cure, where Cure time and time again was caught out of position. Cure, he was lacking map control, map vision, map awareness, and Cure, he was just torn apart by Astrea. And we'll see how SHIN will approach this. We shall see. So now we do have our initial openers. Gate expand out of Astrea. Setting up back at him, going for his own second gateway, earlier second gateway. With this, we'll be walling up. SHIN back at home, hatch gas pull, getting to link speed, droning on up. It's going to be saturating. Now we're settling in. From here, SHIN will be taking his third base, again just building up his own economy. We've yet to really confirm the attack of choice. Again, because of the 2-gate opener, we're going to be opening up double and then third and fourth adept as well. So this is a more aggressive start by Astrea with that 2-gate opener. There are more adepts sooner, but this will mean that the Stargate is more delayed. So delayed Stargate in favor of early game adept harass as Astrea moves out. And remember, 2 adepts, they can one-shot drones. They can one-shot. He's making his way towards a natural. And SHIN, he is trying to keep up. So far, so good. So far, so good. SHIN, he does hold the line, does defend. Behind this third base is going to be on the way for Astrea and opening up Oracle. No surprises here, going for his Oracle opener. Again, the Oracle aggression is going to be delayed because of the Adepts, and the Adepts, they don't get much done. Adepts, they do race back home, they don't really get much damage done across the map. Spores are going to be later here for SHIN because of the initial opener, because of the 2-gate opener. Ooh, and Astrea going for a much faster Twilight Council. Okay, now we've already seen some cheeky builds out of Astrea. Now with this earlier Twilight Council, I would assume Glaives. I would assume Glaive Adepts here from Astrea, but if he's been watching a lot of Hero, this could be early Blink into a 3-base all-in. So we could see early Blink, that's going to be another option here, but still leaning more towards Glaives. We'll keep an eye on Astrea. What's it going to be? Twilight Council is done. Remember, no Forge. Looking more and more like a Glaive Adepts. Lings are amassing. Oracle pokes in. As we have far more Lings on the way. 26 more Lings in production. Where is our tech, by the way? Overlord comes in for the scouts. Oh, and SHIN is going for the all-in. SHIN, he's not droning. He's not droning up. He's waddling his queens across the map. He's going for a Link Queen. Just a straight-up Link Queen all-in. Blink is going to be on the way, but this is late Blink out of Astrea back at home. He has no shield batteries. He's in trouble. He's in trouble. Lings, they come in for the surround. Astrea is caught with his pants down. The pants are down completely. There's nothing here. There's nothing here. Stalkers do full. Adepts, they try to hit the middle lines across the map, but SHIN, he's just rallying in. Just rallying in. Queens, they've almost arrived. The queens are coming. And the third base has been broken. At this point, the third has been broken. Oracles, they come into support, but that's what the queens are for. Lings, they go for the expansion. And there should be no saving this base. As the base will crumble. Lings even collapse on top of two of those adepts. Two adepts go down. More queens waddling in. And the base will fall. Again, not even a German taxi. We just waddle the queens across the map. Ay, ay, ay. Back at home, now we're droning. Back at home, now Shin is droning. Now he's saturating. This is late. It's late drones and late lair for Shin, but it's fine. He's far enough ahead. He's far enough ahead where he can catch up with that tech. You see Shin checking for another expansion. Making sure that Astrea is stuck on two bases, and Astrea, he's trying to build back up. He's heavily supply blocked. We have 4 pylons on the way. The Forger +1. And Shin, he can just freely drone. He can build up his lair, get into Ling Hydra, tech towards Hive, get a 4th base. There we go, 4th base on left-hand side. Shin is looking very comfortable. He's looking comfortable here. Likewise, Lings, they get across the map, they get us around. Oh my god, clutch blink. Blink does save the stalkers. Stasis pops up. And Astrea, he still has some catching up to do. Now Shin, he hasn't been droning too hard. I would have assumed he would have gone up to 4 base saturation, sorry, at least 3 base saturation. But Shin is still only on 57 workers. He's now double expanding. Shin does have a lead, don't get me wrong. Does have a lead. Oh, very nicely done here. Shin, he's trying to escape. He's trying to get out of here. Oh no. As he doesn't get away with anything. Nice cleanup by Astrea. Nice cleanup. Meanwhile, Shin, he's attempting to get into Ling Hydra, but he's not there yet. Astrea moving in. Clearing up creep. Shin setting up us around. Yeah, coming in from behind. And Astrea has to get the hell out of here. Force a recall. Does lose 1 stalker. 1 stalker goes down, but again, Astrea, he's recovering. He hasn't recovered yet. Astrea, he's lacking splash damage. Whether it's Colossus or whether it's Storm, he needs something here. Storm is halfway done. Without it, he is vulnerable. Without it, he's stuck at home. And Shin, he's free to drone. And he is. Shin, he drones up to 75. Now he's taking up into Bailing speed, into Hydra range. From here, he can take up into Lurkers and Hive. I would actually want to see further tech here out of Shin as Astrea is turtling up back at home. Trying to at least, throwing down shield batteries, throwing down stasis traps. Again, Astrea, he has 0 map control. So it is on Shin to take advantage of that and to tech. For the time being, he isn't. Does have the high yield gas geyser. He has a boosted economy. Looks like Shin, he's maxing out on Lingbane Roach Ravager. Ooh, okay, so again, Shin, he has the choice. He can make the choice right now. He could have a minute ago to throw down a Lurker Den, to throw down an Infestation Pit, to throw down a Hive. He's sticking with Lair Tech. He is maxing out on Lair Tech, which, I mean, he still has the advantage, and you can see with the supply, like, Shin still has an overwhelming force, but this does give Astrea a way back into this. If he can survive, if he can land some solid storms, he can overcome this. Even being down in supply, he can actually fight back and take a better fight than Shin. Astrea pushes through the center, Shin going for a run by, going for a counterattack. Astrea turning back. Turns back around. Bailing's rolling in, they knock down the wall, but there's a stasis. Yeah, stasis goes off of the wall, does survive a little bit longer. Bailings still make their way through. Yeah, boys are being pulled away. Oh, despite that, massive connections. Oh no, oh, 16. 16 probes go down. Astrea, he did not split well enough. And Shin, he will soon max. He will soon max out. And Astrea, even though he has a more efficient army, that is true. I believe he only has 3. Oh, no, no! 2 Templar, 3 Templar go down. Not a single storm. Ay, ay, ay. That was his way back into this game. Was going to be those storms, but not anymore. And Shin, he's done it. At this point, he has done it. He will knock down the 4th base. The expansion should crumble. A bit of a shaky fight here. SHIN bleeding out a lot of these Hydras. The Ling reinforcements have arrived. They got to surround the Archon. And they will break this base. They will break this expansion. As Hydras, they start to step forward. They take down the Oracles. And there's nothing here. There's just nothing here. GG gets called, and SHIN, he will fight back. He will tie up the series 1-1. Whew, GG. We'll tie the series up. Again, a very successful early rush here from SHIN. Remember, SHIN, he did rush into, or he did go into a Ling at Queen all-in early on. Just walked across the map, and he was able to break Astrea. Astrea, he didn't see it coming. He did fail to scout the push. He failed to scout the all-in. Because of that, there was 0 shield batteries at the third base. That's why we did mention how he was caught with his pants down. The pants, they were down. They were off, Bappy. He was not ready. And GG. With that, GG, well played. I did mention that SHIN, he was not teching, so there was a chance for maybe Astrea to recover, but he, like, all the fights had to go his way. The fights, they needed to go his way. The engagements, the army control, but alas, was not quite able to pull that off. And with that, we're going to game 3. We have a tied up series. We're going to game 3. And we'll see how this story ends. We'll see how this story concludes as we are loading into Tokamak. Let's go. Let us go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the American Protoss player, the Red Protoss. Being forced into a tight series, we'll see if we can bring it back. It is Astrea. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing his new team, Weibo Gaming. It is SHIN. Here we go. Whew. So we can take a breath, we can calm down here, and we load into Tokamak. Tokamak, I would say, is potentially, I say potentially because I haven't seen enough of Incorporeal, so I'm on the fence with Incorporeal, but I will say that Tokamak is most likely the most defensive map out of the new maps in the most, or in the freshest ladder map pool. The most macro, the most defensive. We do have these rocks in between the bases, kind of limiting certain attack paths and limiting aggressive potential here from any kind of moving in player. Astrea likewise will have a more secure third and fourth base available to him. If you want to take it slow, this would be the map for it. This would be the map. Likewise, the attack paths are not as direct, so something like a Queen Walker across the map is going to be very awkward on Tokamak, much more awkward than on Pylon. As the attack path is more winding. At least if you don't knock down the rocks. So we'll see how our players will approach this. So far, Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of SHIN. We'll see if Astrea opens up with another second gateway. Remember, last game, Astrea, he delayed his Stargate, he delayed his Oracle in favor of a 2-gate opener for double adept. This time, that is not the case. This time, going for a gate expand into Cybercore, no fast second gateway. So this time, faster Stargate, faster tech. I'm assuming Stargate, but technically we could take up in a different direction. Cybercore has been placed. What are we going for? And there it is, Twilight. Oh my god, Twilight Council opener. Okay, Astrea, you have our attention here. It's going to be a Twilight Council. From here, we can go into Glaive Depths. If we pull out a gas, we can go into Glaives. If we stay in, we could go for a Dark Shrine opener into DTs, into an Archon drop. This can also lead into a Robo, into a Temple Archives, into a delayed Archon drop, I suppose. That's often done off of a Stargate opener. We'll see. I'm a little bit torn because he pulls only 1 off of gas, not 2. Robo's thrown down. So is it going to be Glaives? Is it going to be a Dark Shrine? Twilight Council is complete. Yeah, pulls out. Okay, pulls out. This should be Glaives. So it should be 4-gate Glaives alongside a War Prism. Gateway's being thrown down. A Ling does slip in, and SHIN, he will get a full scout of the main. He does see the tech. He does see the Twilight Council, the Robo, the gateways as well. He sees everything he needs to. Now here come Glaives. As we mentioned, Astrea did pull out a gas, so it did scream Glaive Adepts. Likewise, behind this, we do see SHIN droning, saturating. We should be seeing a safety roach warren momentarily from the side of SHIN. Weaker. Yep, there's that roach warren. So safety roach warren out of SHIN. So he has his tools to defend. Meanwhile, the 4 gateways are getting up and running. The prism is on the way. Now, this is not an all-in. I should emphasize that. This is not an all-in from Astrea, but this needs to get damage done. If this doesn't, then Astrea will fall behind, because Astrea, he is sacrificing his 3rd base and sacrificing harassment with oracles in favor of mass adept. So again, Astrea, he will eventually expand behind this, but he needs to do something to keep the Zerg player at bay. Now, if SHIN defends well enough, he can turn this defense into an offense and counterattack after he shuts down these adepts. So a very tense moment. Adepts they do threaten a shade towards the main. He commits. Does commit in. Prism does arrive as ult to reinforce. Ooh. Queens, they zone away the Prism, but the first Queen does go down. Nice pick off. Prism comes back in. Yeah, there's no Queen in position. Ling's going to be falling. Roaches, they do struggle. And then if they do shade into the mineral lines, drones are going to be going down at the 3rd. Oh, there's nothing here. Never mind. There's nothing at the 3rd. So Adepts, they shade. Nothing to kill. They take down the Spore. So far, Astrea trading relatively well, but no economic damage here. Yeah, no economic damage. He is taking a 3rd base behind this, going to his own immortal production, getting ready for the Roach counterattack. But Astrea, he needs more. He needs more damage. Takes down one of the roaches. Gets 1, gets 2. Does come into the shade. But forced to recall, and SHIN holds. SHIN holds. What does he lose? He loses 1 drone. 1 drone, 1 queen, 1 spore. Lings, of course. But now it's time to counterattack. And again, Astrea, he did not get enough damage done here to stop the counterattack from happening. Astrea's in trouble. Astrea, he's in trouble. Here we go. SHIN rallies everything across the map. Ravager's morphing in as well. Reinforcing with pure Ling. And this is going to be a tough hold for Astrea. You see SHIN waiting for reinforcements. Adepts are being proactive. Lings are coming for the surround. Yeah, they collapse on the army. Now juggling out of Astrea. He does blink back. So far, very nice control. Astrea buying time for his shield battery. He juggles well. Saves the immortals, preserve the adepts. Shield batteries are done. And the longer this goes on, the better it is for Astrea. SHIN, he has to break Astrea here and now. This is a charge. Shield battery does survive. Lings, they try to get into the mineral line. Ravagers are exposed. And SHIN is losing too much. Losing far too much here. Lings, they trickle in, but Astrea holds. Astrea, he holds, he defends, he shuts this down. SHIN is falling far and further behind. He's falling behind here. Remember, he's all in. Adepts, they commit, they take down another Ravager. He gets 1, he gets 2 more Ravagers. Oh, the juggling, the micro. Oh my god. Bowser graze the immortal. At the same time, SHIN does get into the mineral line. Not bad. 7 probes. 7 probes going down. Finally, some damage is being done. But this is still not enough. As Astrea, he commits across the map. Ooh, Astrea's supply blocked. There was! Oh my god. Astrea, his supply blocked, no more reinforcements. Bearing in mind, SHIN, he has not droned this entire time. He's been stuck at 37 workers throughout this entire defense and offense as well. And Astrea, he backs off. Because of the supply block, Astrea, he cannot reinforce, he cannot warp in, so he has to retreat. So, brutal pick off there with that pylon. Pylons are still on the way. Astrea forced back home. And SHIN, he hasn't droned. There's no way for him to drone. At this point, SHIN is too far behind economically to try to macro out of this. He's committing to the all-in. And he's pumping out more roaches, more Ravagers behind this. Of course, he's on 3 gases. He's moving in. Astrea trying to buy some time. SHIN is supply blocked. But I do worry here because back at home, there is a decent army, quite in position. Force Fields, they lock down the army. Immortals, they trade well. And picking up Roaches, catching another Ravager. Very nice pickup. Ooh, Biles, they raid down on the army. But it looks like there are enough Immortals. Yeah, there's more than enough. Astrea, he will hold. He will completely shut this down. He has 5 Immortals. The Immortals, they stand their ground. They shut down the Roaches, the Ravagers, and with that, the all-in has failed. And Astrea, he will take the game. GG gets called. Astrea takes a 2-1 lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. I don't blame Shin for going for the all-in. Remember, Shin, he lost 1 drone. He lost 1 drone in the defense, so he committed into the counterattack, into the all-in with his Lings, Roaches, and Ravagers, off of 37 workers. And initially, things were looking good for Shin, but Astrea, his unit control, his, I want to say his, him being proactive was really what sealed the deal when it comes to that defense. Astrea engaging with the army ahead of time, using his prism to control well, to save his units, save his adepts, save the immortals, juggle them back, and that was all to trade well against Lings, trade well against Ravagers, but also to buy time for the shield batteries. By the time Astrea was forced back to his base, by the time he was forced back to the third, he already had shield batteries up and running, and that made for a stronger defense. So very, very intense moment, very intense game there. Astrea, he survives the counterattack despite not really doing much economic damage across the map, and with that, Astrea takes the game. Whew, does take the game. I mean, we did speak about the map itself as well earlier. We spoke about how defensive it is, how much more defendable Tokamak is compared to some of the other maps. And with that, Astrea is 1 game away from becoming our champion. Love how Astrea just casually comes back and dominates the current scene. Yeah, he's been looking really good. He's been looking really strong, specifically against Terran. Here against Zerg, we haven't really seen much of Astrea's mid-game yet. Both games that Astrea has won so far have been failed all-ins. Shin, he failed an all-in on Grid. Shin, he failed an all-in here on Tokamak as well. So these are the games where Astrea has been able to defend well and been able to succeed. I want to see a back and forth mid game. That's what I want to see. And we'll see if we can get there. I mean, part of the reason why Shin, it's not like Shin has been deciding to go for an all-in from the beginning. Both on the Grid and on Tokamak, they were both more awkward openers out of Astrea, which forced Shin to make Roaches early on, right? It was in game 1 where Astrea went for a Robo opener. Remember, he went for a Robo opener into early +1, into charge, into immortal production early on. As we assumed it was going to be a 2-base all-in, but Astrea expanded, and the all-in came to him instead. Here on Tokamak, Glaive Adept opener, forcing out Roaches, which didn't do much across the map, but Astrea, he had a beautiful defense. So again, both games he forced early Roaches and he forced this reaction out of Shin, and Shin, he turned that reaction into an all-in. Both games failed both times. Now we're getting into game number 4. And we'll see if the story ends here and now, or if we're able to force the ace match. Personally, I'd love to see a game 5, but the pressure is on. Pressure is on. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner here. Oh. That just happened. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner here of Persephone, we have the American Protoss player. We have the American Protoss, the Red Protoss, leading the series at 2-1, and 1 game away from becoming our champion. It is Astrea. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg player himself, representing his new team, Weibo Gaming, down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. We'll see if he can recover. It is Shin. Here we go. Somehow I feel like Astrea's micro improved in the past 6 to 9 months. He's been away from StarCraft. I don't know if that's the case, but what I will say is that his micro and his unit control has been on full display just because of the nature of these games. During these defenses and during these all-ins where Shin has been committing, that's where that really thrives, right? That's what you have to rely upon, especially if you're caught off guard, which was the case in game 1. So that's kind of been at the forefront of a lot of these games here, is Astrea's control. And has been solid. Has been solid. So here we go. And again, after the results of those last couple of games, I would imagine that SHIN is going to calm down. He's going to calm down. He's going to drone. He's going to saturate. He's going to make workers. I would imagine he's going to react a little bit less harder here to these aggressive starts. From the side of Astrea, I would like to see either another Twilight Council opener or another Robo opener. Like, again, like he has been having a little success kind of baiting SHIN into these all-ins. At this point, though, I would imagine that if we end up in that situation again, I don't think SHIN is going to commit as hard, but we'll see. We'll see. For now, we do have our initial openers. So, Gate Expand into Cybercore from Astrea, and Stargate. Okay, it's going to be a Stargate opener out of Astrea. With this, we can open up Oracle or Void Ray. We'll see how Astrea does open, but for now, it looks like a standard start from Astrea, which means SHIN is going to be a lot more comfortable here. He can take his third base, and SHIN, he can now drone. He can drone on up. He can, not saying he will. Welcome one and all to Persephone. Persephone is one of the smaller maps in the tournament map pool. One of the more smaller maps. Rush distance by ground is very direct. Very direct rush distance. Aggression can be favored. We often see a lot of mid-game aggression here on Persephone. We don't see as much late game. Near as much. So we are building up. Oracle's on the way. And here we go, Astrea. He does move out. Does move out across the map. We have the NG overcharge. As he moves out, Lings are moving in. They're here to delay the expansion. And they barely don't. Whew. They do not get on top of the probe. They're not fast enough, not in time. Astrea does expand. And that is a very early Twilight Council. Just as he expands, Twilight Council gets thrown down. This should be Glaive Adepts. I say it should be. Last time we saw this kind of build, we did see Blink on the way from Astrea instead. That was over on Pylon, if you recall. I was on Pylon. That's where you go core with this man. Said, oh god, no! Oh, as the Oracle does run into the Queens. Yeah, the first Oracle does fall. Brutal pickoff. SHIN, he defends well. And Astrea, he's in a bit of trouble here. Yeah, rough start for Astrea. Does get 3 drones, which is a little bit better. Twilight Council is done. Show us, oh, Blink, not Glaive. So this is the same opener that we saw over on Pylon. Now, I'm concerned for this Blink Stalker build, just because this could be the beginning of a 3-base all-in of an 8-gate. But the strength of the 8-gate actually comes in, not just the Stalkers, it comes in the form of the Oracles. Preserving your Oracles at the start of the game does mean that your Stalkers are safer against Mass Link. But now, one Oracle's almost dead, the other Oracle did fall earlier as well. So there's going to be less support for Astrea. Is less support. Not seen any Super Micro, to be honest. You should watch more. You should watch the games. No. As Astrea does move out. Likewise, here comes a follow-up. So Astrea, he's not investing too hard into gateways. He does go for a faster tech switch instead. So he's going to be switching into Storm. Adepts do shade in towards the mineral line, getting 3 drones so far. Getting up to 3. Just poking in. SHIN going for the Spire. Let's go. We get the Spire behind the mineral line. Taking up towards meters. And because there's only 1 Oracle left, the chances of this being scouted is quite low. Yeah, lower chance to scout. Almost got dumpster many times. If you remember, those were, again, specifically all-ins from Vindicta, where Astrea was being very greedy. If you're watching the games, if you recall, it was Astrea that was taking faster expansions, and likewise it was Vendita who was hyper aggressive and going for non-stop all-ins. It's a very good series. Do recommend it. It was very intense. It's very intense. Oh. So far, Astrea is keeping up with the Lings, but my biggest concern here is the Spire, right? Is the Mutas, as so far completely unscouted. Now, we do have some Blink Stalkers to keep up and to defend, that is true. So Astrea, he has some units that can maintain themselves against Muta play. Meanwhile, Shin fanning out his army. He's got Ling Roach towards the left-hand side, he's got more Ling Roach towards the right. So far, Astrea, he is somewhat in position. He's got cannons, shield batteries, he has some storms ready as well. Stasis Trap goes off, storm on the Roaches. And so far, Astrea, he is holding on. He's keeping up. But this is all keeping Astrea pinned back home. And again, what's really coming are the Mutas. Yeah, the Mutas are on the horizon. Okay, forcing him back. So far, Astrea holding on. Heavier reliance on mana usage? Oh, you mean on spellcasters? I mean, that's the meta right now. What do you mean? True. As if Astrea, he is holding, he's defending. He sets up his third, sets up his fourth, walling up. But alas, is he ready for the Mutas as the main base is completely exposed? Yeah, Mutas, they slip in. Probe's going to be going down. Astrea out of position. Has to respond, has to react, getting up to 7 probe kills. Now, what's important is that Shin is not going mass Muta. He does make Mutas, that is true, but he doesn't invest into upgrades, and he's switching and committing to his ground army instead, into Ling Roach Ravager. Oh. Takes down one of the High Templar. Shin, he is maxed. He's maxed out. And we'll see if Astrea can hold on here. How many High Templar does he have? He has 5. He has 5 High Templar. He has at least 5 Storms. Astrea out of position. Shin going for the linear third. Oh. Takes down the cannon. Takes out the cannon. Going for the gateways. But again, the gateways, they're buying time. High Templar moving in. So far, forcing back the Roaches. So far, Astrea, he is holding on. He doesn't lose any. He loses 5 probes. Nice storm on the Roaches. Oh god. Storms do punish. But at the same time, the Mutas are still a threat. They get into another mineral line. Taking down 13 workers. Oh! Ooh, oh god. No. Shin, he's trapped. Shin bleeding out so many of these Mutas. Now, on the one hand, the Mutas, they don't really matter as much, because remember, Shin, he's switching into a full ground army, but you don't want to throw them away. These are still expensive. And here we go. Shin is moving in, getting ready for the second wave. Now, this time, there's less side defense. This time, the cannons were dealt with. They have not been replaced. And the gateways, yeah, this is a late reaction, late realization from Astrea. This was needed earlier. Can he buy time? Mutas, they're still wreaking havoc in the main. Only 3 Mutas. Main army moves in. Astrea is keeping up. Files, they do not connect. They graze the Archon. Graze the Archon. Files, they catch 1 High Templar. 1 Templar goes down. Shin rallying into the army, bleeding out 3 Roaches. Roaches do fall. And Shin is transitioning into Lurker Tech. But this is late. The Lurker Tech is delayed here for Shin. So there's a window in time here where Astrea has the advantage. Mutas, they go for another counterattack, but Astrea, he's in position. He shuts down the Roaches. Sorry, I meant to say Roaches, not Mutas. Roaches get cleaned up. Astrea defends, and now Shin, he's in trouble here. He has to buy time for his Lurkers, and there it is. 7 Lurkers are morphing in. Now, as the Lurkers morph in, once they get spotted by Astrea, he has to make a choice. He either doubles down and throws down extra Robos, or Stargate into Fleet Beacon into Sky Toss. But Astrea, he hasn't seen this yet. He doesn't know. He doesn't know what's coming his way. He will face check up the ramp. Lurkers are in position. Ooh, and now he knows. Yeah, Lurkers are revealed. Army coming in from behind. The expansion's going to go down. Shin going for a counterattack instead. It's going to be a kill, not a cancel on the base. Astrea blinking into the main. Oh, does blink in. Bearing in mind Astrea, he can always recall. Oh, going for the hive even. Uh-oh. SHIN out of position. The hive is going to get sniped. That will delay any Viper production. And there's a recall. Does recall back home. Roach Ravager doesn't achieve too much. Takes down 1, takes down 2, 3, 4 High Templar. A lot of High Templar go down. But Astrea holds. Astrea, he does hold nice control. Does snipe some of those Ravagers. Ravager's going to be going down. SHIN bleeding out a lot of his army. And again, losing that hive does mean no more Viper production. I say no more, no Viper production, period. So just Hydra Lurker, no Vipers. Astrea moving in. Astrea moves in, Storm on top of the ramp, forcing him back. And there's that decision that we spoke about. Either you throw down more Robos or you throw down Skytoss. So the Skytoss is on the way. So even though SHIN has been struggling, even though he has lost base after base, SHIN is holding the line. And he's forcing Astrea into Skytoss, into a longer game. Oh god. Storm zone away. Storms do zone. Yo, no charge. No charge. The slow lots are coming. I mean, they're getting on top of the Lurkers regardless. Lurkers are going down. He gets 1. He almost gets 2. Nice Storms on set Hydras. As Astrea pulls away. Ooh, meanwhile, left-hand side did bleed out a lot of his army. Astrea pulling back. And it was still ways away from Tempest. So Tempest production has begun. Again, this tech is late for Astrea. Splitting up his army. Ooh, these Lurkers are exposed. Astrea, does he have detection? Meanwhile, High Templar, they're getting surrounded. Yeah, Storms on the Hydra, Storms on the Lings. These are going to be expensive losses here for Astrea. Catching out all the High Templar. And it'll be worth it if he can kill these Lurkers. Oracle just now coming in. No revelation. Oh, there we go. Does reveal in time. But this is a shaky fight here for Astrea. Cleans up most of the Lurkers. 1 Lurker survives. SHIN moves in the right-hand side. And there should have been Storm here to stop this, to support. But they all went down. All the High Templar did fall. Astrea, he's racing on over the base. It looks like it will go down. And Astrea, he's hurting. Now, Astrea does have a bank. So in a way, he can still recover from this. But, god, momentum is heavily in favor of SHIN. Yeah, the base goes down. Again, the Skytoss was late. Late Skytoss here from Astrea. So he cannot push in. He cannot push into the Lurkers. The Tempests were needed earlier. Oh, so, oh my god, he sniped all the tech. That was the Hydra Den and the Lurker Den. Okay. Lurker Den goes down, Hydra Den as well. Very nice snipe here from Astrea. Forcing back SHIN. And behind this, again, he still has to recover, still has to rebuild, resaturate. He's double expanding. Now, SHIN is maxed. SHIN is maxed out. He can't really reinforce with Hydras or with Lurkers, but he's maxed out regardless. And the win condition for SHIN, deny the bases. If he can deny the 4th and 5th base, again, then he can starve Astrea out, because Astrea, he's burning through his bank. He's burning through his bank. The bank allowed him to sustain himself. But Astrea still needs more bases. SHIN, he rushes through the storms. Does take a lot of all the storms to the face. Oh god, no! He takes it to the face. Yeah, and with that, we do see Astrea. He dominates this fight. So the storms, they did so much damage. They gained so much value. SHIN, he aped in. Respect the storms, Papi. Respect them. Oh god. And with that, Astrea, he breaks the base. He breaks through the base. He breaks through the main army. SHIN took every storm he could to the base. He survived with two hikers, Papi. Ay, ay, ay. And with that, Astrea takes down the expansion. More importantly, he takes his own. Right, his own bases are now getting up and running. As Astrea, he rotates. Remember, no Lurker Den. Remember, Lurker Den was sniped, so 0 Lurkers. 0 Lurkers left, purely Ling Hydra. And that's where Storms can dominate. Storm of the Lings. Lurker Dens are still on the way. Remember, they got sniped earlier. Zealot Runman on the right-hand side. Shin is being pulled apart. He's being pulled apart here. Zealots on the right. Storm on the left. Tempest just getting free damage here. Ooh, one of the Tempests overextending. Has to be careful. 16 drone kills. 16 workers go down. And Shin, he's hurting. He's hurting here. His economy is struggling. He's building up some corruptors there because Lurker Den has been rebuilt. He's now morphing in his first wave of Lurkers in quite some time. But this has all allowed Astrea to double expand. These bases, they're getting fully operational. Now he's moving in. Observer is going to get sniped. But the base is under fire and the base will go down. And Shin going for another dive. He'll bleed out all these corruptors. Lurkers are out of range. And Astrea, he's done it. He has done it. He has broken Shin. GG gets called, and Astrea will take this series 3-1. He will be this week's champion. GG. Whew. GG. Well played, Astrea. He will be this week's champion. He will dominate. He will take down Shin. Shin, he honestly had a really good showing here in that final game. We had a back and forth, of course, but Shin did make a choice, did make a decision to dive in, to take every storm to the face. With that, he lost his supply lead. If you remember, he was up, I want to say 30 supply, like 30, almost 40 supply. Shin, he had, I would say, the better army for sure. Defensively, I should emphasize. He had the better defensive army, but again, Shin, he wanted to go for the kill. He got impatient, and yeah, with that, he did lose his lead. He did lose his advantage. What's terrifying is that, remember, right after that fight, we had the snipe of the tech. We had the Zealot Runman on the right-hand side as well. Like, everything just escalated out of control then and there. GG. GG, well played. With that, Astrea, he will claim the series. He will be our champion. And welcome back. Welcome back, Astrea. Again, Astrea, he has been on a hiatus. He did take a break for quite some time from StarCraft, and if you recall, we were discussing this during the podcast last week. I was concerned. I was concerned that Astrea had retired. I was concerned that he was gone, that he had decided to retire quietly, silently, but it looks like he was only waiting for the announcement of EWC. He was only waiting for the announcement, and Astrea, he is here, he is back. Last week, he did compete in the Tenacious Turtle Tussle, where he did take down ByuN, and even here as well, looking very strong against Cure. Like, late game PvT is Astrea's strong suit, taking down both ByuN and Cure as well. Likewise here, we had a more chaotic series, is what I will say. Like, this PvZ was more chaotic. Again, mostly we had Astrea relying on his defensive prowess, defending against the all-in after all-in from Shin. I do appreciate that we had some back and forth mid to late game here in the final game for the first time in the series, so I do appreciate how this story did conclude. And yeah, very dynamic, very intense, very back and forth. GG. GG, well played. And with that, Astrea will claim it. Will claim it. 50 plus storms, GG. I mean, it was a lot of it came down to the counterattacks, came down to the run-bys. Remember, we had the if you remember, even before the snipe of the tech, we sniped the hive. If you recall, like Astrea, he was able to outposition Shin. He was able to take down the triangular third base, then take down the hive. We had the Zealot Runman on the right hand side taking down the mineral line. We of course had the warp in into the main, taking down the tech. Like, there was a lot of chaos, a lot of counterattacks going on from both sides as well. Like, Shin was also being very active as well, sniping bases and also causing a lot of chaos. Shin's biggest moment that game, if you remember, was catching the High Templar in the center of the map. He caught like 5 High Templar in the center. In the center, that's when Astrea lost a lot of momentum. That's when Astrea fell behind, but he recovered. Did recover. And with that, GG. With that, GG, well played. Oh, I see Jinx. Jinx, if you want to cry, cry somewhere else. Like, oh no. You're coming off as someone who has thoughts about Storm more than anything. Go cry somewhere else. As with that, GG. GG, well played. And with that, we are going to be wrapping up for today's broadcast. Oh, every attack. True, true. Oh, no. But yeah, we're going to be wrapping up with today's broadcast, with our morning broadcast. Usually we're live twice a day. Usually we're live twice a day, every single day. And when it comes to the rest of our schedule, we do have this evening off. Now, usually we do cast, again, usually we would have a broadcast, but we do want to take things a little bit slow. I say that this weekend, if you were here, GSL qualifiers, right? Like I'm so torn because I was like, we want to take things a little bit slower, we want to have some more time off, but alas, GSL qualifiers, so we also have to cover GSL at some point. Most likely we're going to be covering the GSL qualifiers next week. Most likely next week is going to be our coverage of that. This week we do have Tuesday and Wednesday evenings off. We have the CranKy Pro Series on Thursday, we have the PoNcast on Thursday, we have StarCraft Evolution League tomorrow, we have Kung Fu Cup on Friday, Little League Cup, KSL. The Brazilian StarCraft circuit is going to be over the weekend, so look forward to that on on Sunday and on Monday. We have Hatchery Cup, STC. Still a lot of casting going on, but this time we have 2 evenings off on Tuesday and Wednesday. Again, I was very torn because this is how our schedule was looking initially, and then the GSL qualifiers kind of snuck up on us. I forgot to bear that in mind when it came to scheduling our events, so we'll probably hold off on GSL qualifiers until next week. Next week will be the go-to for that. Which days specifically next week, I'm not too certain. Most likely Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday and maybe Friday as well. We'll be doing some GSL coverage. There's just a lot to go over, a lot to cast. Of course, we have GSL on the horizon. We have Star Wars Zagora on the horizon. We have DreamHack Dallas right around the corner as well. There's a lot of content, a lot of StarCraft, a lot of tournaments that are coming up here when it comes to our EWC circuit. So there's a lot to jump into. And again, welcome back to Astrea. Welcome back. Because of his return, I'm sure he will be a part of DreamHack Dallas. I'm sure he'll be there. I'm sure he'll be a part of it. And yeah, we'll see. We'll see how he's able to perform in that. Also, when it comes to NA StarCraft, I mean, shout out to Trigger, right? Trigger is also doing really well. Unlike Astrea, Trigger, he has been in Korea this entire time, practicing, competing, training, and leveling up during the time of Astrea's break. Trigger has also been improving as a player, and we do expect great things from him as well when it comes to Korean events and also potentially some American events. Actually, because Trigger's in Korea, I don't know if he'll go to Dallas. True. I don't know if that'll happen, actually. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with that. As I know, Trigger, he has other events planned. Otherwise, we're going to be wrapping up. Otherwise, we are going to be wrapping up here. Now, of course, something to bear in mind is that we do have a new ladder map pool. The map pool did go live today. Did go live earlier today. We do have our new map pool, so I'm very tempted to have a cheeky ladder session. Here to go over the new maps, to smudge other new maps as well. All the smudge. Looking forward to it. Oh. Here we go. Trigger good. Yeah, Trigger's been doing really well. He's been doing really well. A 40-year-old man crying because, being told I'm crying because of observing facts, thankful disrespect. I mean, when it comes to disrespect, the problem with how you were speaking on such a thing is that you're taking away from the player, you're taking away from Astrea's accomplishments and from his performance in this tournament by trying to whittle it down to one aspect of his play and one aspect of his race, taking away from again how well he's done, especially considering that he's been on a break, that he has taken some time off. And that he did take down a lot of players. You're not just taking away from Astrea, you're also taking away from his opponents, right? You're taking away from players like ByuN, Kure, SHIN, top Koreans that did fall to Astrea by also, again, just trying to hone in or narrow down on one reason as to why he did win these matches, when there's a lot more that came into that. There's a lot more that came into the games themselves, that came into the series, a lot of the all-ins, a lot of the scouting, a lot of the counterattacks. That's what I was trying to emphasize. So, I mean, I don't know if you're still around, but again, there are other things that are worth mentioning and worth considering and, worth respecting the players specifically. It's only if you didn't already leave. But with that, GG. With that, GG, well played. Cheeky. But otherwise, we're going to be wrapping up here for the day. Tomorrow is going to be against StarCraft Evolution League, and hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all had a great time here tonight. And again, look forward to more StarCraft throughout the week. Not just StarCraft on this channel. We have Pig, we have El Chanchito. Pig, he's going to be covering more StarCraft as well, as the Pig Sky Festival is taking place throughout the week. We have the group stage going on for Pig's event that is going to be taking place throughout the rest of the week, and I believe into the playoffs as well. Shout out to Pig, not just for his event that he's been hosting and running, but also because of the family he's about to begin. Pig, of course, did recently announce that that they are soon going to have, don't know the gender of said baby, but they're gonna be they are with child, I should say. They're gonna be starting a family. Because of that, I believe after the Pig Sky Festival, they're gonna be going on vacation for a bit and getting ready for that sort of thing. So yeah, much love to Pig, much love. Little, yes, they're gonna have a little piglet. Exciting. Let's go. But otherwise, we're going to be wrapping up. Going to head on over and have a ladder session. So thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. If you want to help support the CranKy Ducklings, you can do so via Patreon. !Patreon in the chat. You can support us there if you wish. 100% of the money on Patreon goes towards our players, goes towards our tournaments. So it's all done there via Patreon. Otherwise, you can follow us. We do stream both on Twitch and on YouTube. We stream on YouTube as well. All of our VODs are uploaded to YouTube alongside them. So again, you can check out anything that you can't watch live. You can check the VODs on YouTube as well. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support, and we will see you guys next time. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.